$20,000 to golden coin, $10,000 notices. T, thank you for being so fast before the stream started. You get extra dough. Having a great day so far. And Bill, man, I don't know if I should give it if they don't make it before the stream starts or not. I don't know if I should give the extra dough. Or if, I think it might should be a preemptive showed up before the stream started. Is extra for being here before it starts. You checked a couple times. You should have said something. What do you mean you checked? Well, the stream wasn't. If I didn't have the stream set up, you couldn't have done it yet. Have it set up till 7:15. Or oh, you quick. Regular, hey. Oh, I was gonna see. That's something I was gonna tell you about. You mentioned something in yesterday's stream about PUBG, about sensitivity. Like I realized that sensitivity can be lowered in the menu, but I can't lower it on the fly like a mouse and keyboard can. You see, my mouse has a button right here, right there, so I can easily press it. I can easily press that at any time if I was aiming. Have that held, and it'll slow down how fast my DPI is. It lowers my DPI. So it slows down my cursor instantly with the press of a button, and I can let go of the button, and it speeds it back up. Like we can't do anything like that really on controller, and on the fly sensitivity change. Yeah, the Elite controllers don't. You can't do it. Dude. I have a controller that's Edge. Got the paddles. Not a regular controller. Like I get it. I could change over to a different. Because I have an Elite controller. I've used an Elite controller. I've used one of these before. It doesn't do what they can do. Yeah, you can switch over to a different button configuration, but you can't switch over to a different sensitivity configuration. Yeah, no, you can only switch over to. You can only change the button configuration for the paddles, and yeah, that's about it. Uh, yeah. I don't feel bad, Sister T. Fucking Bill's ignoring me too. He's not even saying good morning to me either. You fucking little shit. You didn't think I noticed? He didn't say bye to me yesterday either. He said bye to everybody. He said bye to Ted, but he didn't say bye to me. I see you, fucker. Better watch out. Take all your fucking dough away. I got the power. I'll make this worthless for you. I don't have anything to come back for. Yeah, you said bye to all. I get that. But you used to say bye to me. You used to say hi to me. You stopped doing that yesterday. Talk about getting the last laugh out this motherfucker. We can laugh. You know how easy? I'll show you how easy it is just to accidentally delete your shit. Watch this. So if I went to you, Bill. Look, that's one click. That was one click. I go right click. That's one click. And then reset points to 0 for everyone is one click away. Click. But I could also edit this bitch and just put this to 0. Ah, look at that. Submit. Boom. Deleted. I got the power. Remember that song? Where these cats at? Stop doing that. Proper viewer etiquette is to say hi to the streamer first, Bill. What are you guilty of? Not saying hi often. Oh, yeah, but it's different with you, Golden Coin, because you're not obsessed with the dough instead. Come on. Or don't come on. What's up, man? Are y'all gonna miss Bill? It looks like Bill left for good now. Does everybody feel the love from Bill when he's here? Does everybody feel like Bill's their buddy? Wait a second. Do we even know shit about Bill? Do we know anything about Bill? What do we know about Bill besides the lasers and the snow laser? I mean, anybody know anything else about Bill? Because if you don't, that could be a problem. As much as Bill's here, we should know a little something about him, shouldn't we? Really know about Bill? Anybody know anything about Bill? Because if we don't, we're gonna have to fucking get rid of him. I'm not asking what I know about you, you fuckhead. I'm asking what they know about you. Hello. Okay, well now they can't answer that. What does anybody know anything else about Bill? You ruined that one, Bill. Now we'll never know if they knew that. Of course I knew that. Bill posted a picture without his face, by the way. Who knows who the hell that guy was? And he said that shit about the peanut butter, banana, and mayonnaise sandwich. The only other person on the fucking planet that I know that eats those is my dad. Bill. What are you doing? Why did you sneak that in yesterday in the stream not thinking I would see that shit? Who are you? Who the fuck are you? I looked back through this through the chat last night after I got off. I saw that shit. I'm like, what the fuck? And I used to always think it was gross as shit when he would have them. Yeah. Anyway, my parents have been MIA for far too long for me not to be suspect on your ass. They know I got this stream up, and it'd be like them to fuck with me, wouldn't it? What else are they doing out there in the middle of nowhere? Bored as shit. My dad's probably a senior citizen internet troll. Yeah. No, it's a banana-naise nutter sandwich. Or butter PB sandwich. No, yeah, peanut. Bro, you gotta put the peanut butter in there. I think he would even grill it too and make it warm. Like a like a like a grilled cheese. I can't remember now. It's been a while. Bongo, hey. Yeah, Bill, we're going to need you to post an actual picture of yourself with a face in Discord. Huh? How about that? How about we start there? We can get to know Bill. Because you got the most fucking dough on the channel and I've never seen your face, that's a problem. That's fucking weird. I don't like it. Who else is at the top? We've seen Ted's face. He's at the top of the list. We've seen his face. Right. All right. What do you think, bro? Anyway, what do you think's gonna happen? I'm all out here, right? You know, I gotta go to the store and shit after being on the internet talking all kinds of craziness. I got the cajones, essay. You can't even show your face on here like we're ever gonna find you. I've had people tell me, hey, you see that checker behind you? His name's Teddy. I'd be like, hey, is that dude's name Teddy? My cashier would be like, yeah, that's Teddy. I'm like, oh, fuck. He actually does know where I'm at. Remember the Mexican dude with the pepper spray? He could have came after me, man. He could have been like, waiting to see me again or something. You gotta get some balls, Bill. Alright. Got that. We're going out. Going out. Yo, if you didn't see breaking news, 2 DEI hires got fired from the Navy. A black man and a female. The female is in charge of intelligence. Get out of here. Alright, look into it while I'm gone. It's kind of interesting. Of course, there are Biden hires. I think the black dude was actually in charge of some sort of DEI type office. Some, what was it called? Ethics Command. Leadership and Ethics Command was being led by a black man. Lester, and his last name was actually Brown, too. They doubled down on it. All right, we're just going to do 20 real fast. 20, 20, 20. Ah. And want to grow one, baby. Remember that shit on your birthday? You would get spanked one more time. My birthday, my mom would make me go get a Switch. I had to get a really green one before she gave me my switchings. My birthday. I'm just playing. Oh, he's strong. So strong. No, don't bite me. Ow! She didn't actually land on her feet. Weird. Wait, I'm trying to sit down. I thought maybe the cats would come a little early since they didn't eat much yesterday, I'm assuming. Maybe they had some try somewhere else. Oh, what the fuck? Dude. Fluffy is coming up from underneath the house right now. Oh no. Oh no, no. Fluffy's gonna have babies under the house. Oh, not the one. Ah. Guide's like, oh, that's your least favorite? Well, guess what? Here you go. That's because the aliens are involved with this shit. There's a reason why cats are worshipped by the Egyptians. Aliens gave us cats to take care of the grain. Because right around that same time we had domesticated cats, we had agriculture, and we needed grain storage. Once we needed grain storage, we needed something to watch it for us, and the cats were it. But the aliens knew that. It's like they Honey, I Shrunk the Kids grass into corn, like the opposite when he makes things make things bigger. And I mean, because corn is pretty much grass. It's in the same family. And cats are in the same family as large cats. So large cats existed first. And I think the aliens, what they did is they created corn and domesticated cats around the same time. Because we needed the cats to watch the grain. Egyptians had corn, right? I'll look into this already. Yes, the ancient Egyptians grew corn, also known as maize. It was a major crop in Egypt, along with wheat and barley, so they would have also needed the cats to watch the wheat and barley. It would have been the best mousetrap on the planet. And with that, the aliens knew that we would need them. So they would be around us all the time. There's also Toxoplasma gondii, the illness that makes rats even come to cats. Well, in humans, it makes us do what they want us to do. I don't think that's by accident. I think it's by design. The aliens wanted that here with the cats so that not only would it help them in their job in killing the mice, rats, but it also helped them in their job at wrangling humans because they can see through them. And as they do, the cat might meow a bunch when they want you to go a different way. Maybe the cat will, like for instance, there were times when I bought tickets to Scalp that ended up, it wasn't such a good idea. I shouldn't have bought those. And I remembered back to when I bought them that Simon was acting crazy. He was acting a little different that morning as I was about to press the purchase button. I also think that aliens can tap into our electronics and see stuff that we're doing on there. So they can see through cats and they can also see any kind of electronics we're messing with. They can just like our government can tap into shit, well, they have the ultimate in tapping technology. They can do it across space and time. But the cats, they're their main adversary here. But the thing is, you don't know who, like, all the aliens aren't looking through all the cats. Like, when I smoke weed, I think that you tap in to an alien. And they're able to steer you in a way to wrangle you in a to research things that they want. And if you get a lazy alien, like some people always get the lazy aliens. It just like seeing their dudes sit around and do nothing. And or you got maybe the aliens or spirits or whatever you want to call them. Like you tap into the spirit realm. People used to say when you smoked weed or did psychedelics. Like in that spirit realm, they're able to affect us more easily. Persuade us. Because our guards are down. We are the no, we're part alien. Jesus was the most alien person that we've ever had on the planet. They saw that that wouldn't work out if they had them here, though. Yeah, I think it has a lot to do. Oh shit! Crossback showing up early. That's good because there's a lot of food for him. Your aliens can change though over time, or the spirits or whatever that you're tapping into, they're tapping into you, can change because they don't have complete control. They can only steer. So if you have strong willpower and you're bucking your alien all the time, they're not going to want to play. It's like playing a really hard game. It gets old after a while if you can't get past the level. So they just give up, and you get a new spirit, a new controller, and eventually you might get the one you like, or the one that isn't such a deadbeat. But you have to buck the laziness yourself. You can't let them have that control of making you more lazy. Eventually, they'll get tired of it and go away. And you think of these as spirits, aliens, or whatever other kind of higher being there could be out there that we were, or realm that we're able to tap into, possibly. If you ask people that do DMT, they definitely believe that we have the capability of tapping into other realms. All of them believe it that have done DMT, because DMT is on some next level shit. I've done mushrooms, I've done acid, I've done probably research chemicals back in the day, not knowing it. MDMA, MDA, ketamine, salvia. I've done Amanita muscaria mushrooms even. Don't recommend those. Very dangerous on your liver. I got really sick that night too. I thought I was dying. There's more. I'm not thinking of, but I've really experimented with shit, and DMT, nothing touches that, dude. Nothing. Nothing I tried. Maybe ibogaine goes there. I've never tried that one, but that one can also kill you. So probably, I'm probably not gonna do that one until the VA is doing some sort of ibogaine therapy. See, the thing with DMT though, DMT allows you to tap into their world. Marijuana allows them to tap into ours. Because people will say that like they get couch locked or whatever, or they're a different person possibly whenever they, but in a bad way. They could, I think they could change that. I think it has to do with willpower. Honestly, like you see how I haven't drank anything in 22 days now. I've quit smoking cigarettes in my past. I have stronger willpower than a lot of people in when it comes to that type of shit. I have an extremely addictive personality too, so it's not easy for me to just say fuck it, I'm done with drinking. Especially when I still have alcohol in the house. Oh, by the way, I gotta flip my bottles. I got 4 of those Crown 29s. Every year, you're supposed to let the cork get wet for about an hour and then flip them back up. And I just did that this morning, so I gotta go flip them back up real fast. Also, still have that bottle of Sam Adams Utopias, the 7676 serial number. Well, all right, all right. Come here. Hey, my seat. Oh, why do you get so fucking weird? Dude, I. Mm-hmm. Egyptians grew corn in the rich fields near the Nile River. Men used wooden sickles to cut the ears of corn from the stalks. When the corn was ripe, women and children picked up the ears of corn. Farmers guided cows over the cut corn to weed out the grain. Farmers threw the grain into into the wind to separate the grain from the chaff. The Egyptians grew the corn into flour to make bread and other foods. Used corn to make beer. Egyptians used corn to make beer. Dude, I had to do it, man, and I still have like 30 to 50 empty whiskey bottles sitting in my kitchen floor. Look, I took a picture of it. It's ridiculous. Because you can sell these things for a little bit. I hoarded them for some reason. And it's not even all of them. I have more other bottles like of the Hibiki Harmony empty. I have more in a cabinet that are empty. They're all over my kitchen, empty bottles. I look at them every morning. I don't know if it helps or makes it harder to see that. I like to think it helps me not drink because it's like I see it and I'm like, what the fuck was I doing? Holy shit. A reminder of how it was. Oh my goodness. Hopefully there's enough food for Trident. She is in a hurry. Dang it, I wish I'd have put more out now. She's definitely had her babies. There ain't any fancy piece left. If I go out there now, she'll run off. Man. Gonna want more food probably, but if she eats a second one, I put a dose of fish oil in that, so that'd be good for her. If she eats all of the second one, be good for her and the babies. Put some omega-3s in her milk. Omega-3s and 6s. I think. Let me make sure it's alright for lactating. It it can be used cautiously. Oh no. Oh no, it can interact with certain medications. But I don't think she's on a medication. Hopefully she doesn't have diarrhea. High doses can cause vitamin A overdose. You know, wait, what else is in there? I mean, she's getting a lot of brewer's yeast too. Oh no, she didn't eat all of it. Not that hungry then. Weird. But there was a lot of ziwi there. That was about 100 grams, and I don't think any of the other cats ate much of it. That's over half a can of ziwi. That would have been Simon's normal, like, full on all morning meal, pretty much. Did any of the cats eat that? Oh, we live for 40 minutes. Fluffy might have eaten some of that one. Yeah, she did. Oh, she left. She probably left at least 80 grams there, though. So, all right, looking at the difference that's left. Yeah, she ate a decent amount of that ziwi. Good. That's nutrient dense. She ate about half of Simon's food from last night. That's the middle plate. And yeah. Oh, there was. Wait, did she come back or something? Oh no, she ate a decent amount of the fancy feast too. Oh yeah. She did all right. Good. Nice. That's the one I was trying to feed the. Wait, no, that was. Oh wait, I was just looking at. I forgot Crossback was already here. Crossback eat. Okay, so Crossback ate almost all the fancy feast. Never mind. And yeah, Crossback ate all the fancy feast, and none of the. Okay, so she ate. All right, mostly just seaweed and Simon's food from last night. Well, she was chomping down, wasn't she? I wonder where she had them. Right. Well, gotta go back out. He's not gonna like this. That again, bro. He's back up to 12.5 pounds. He feels kind of round. Simon, can I get my seat? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Hey. Yep, I do. I wonder where Mama's at. I gave her flea medication yesterday. I hope to see her doing all right today. Man, last night I was watching. Thought, thought it would give me a certain gift. I wish there was a way to go on the Giphy website and figure out what GIF you were going to play before. I thought I'd figured it out earlier this morning, but no. Because I was trying to play this one when I went live. Tuxedo cat playing. Might be a way to figure it out though. That's where it's pulling from. It's pulling from the Giphy website. It's pulling from the top search for. That's why it changes. Is the top one changes. Saturday. Oh, um, I should have made a note of it. I don't think I did. Um, oh, yeah, it must have been Saturday because it was raining yesterday. I'll make a note now. Man, I hope Tux's owner's got his toe fixed. His hurt foot. Sorry, I just came across the pictures of his toe. I wanted to get him some help for it. Hurted him. I look so bad. I had to have hurt a lot. So Saturday, 25th. Tuesday, little horns. monthly. How long do they consider a month, though? 7 or 28 days, or? Kills 100% of fleas by 24 hours. So, I don't know. Hopefully she's doing alright. Saw her yesterday, but... Go with... Here. I won't forget when I gave the... Okay, so they were leaving... No, they're going back to Gaza. And there was a huge mass of people going back to Gaza. It's unreal. I wonder if any of that's still live. Might not because it's dark now. Like last night before I went to bed, they were even starting to travel, and I couldn't believe how many people it was. If I can find the stream I was watching last night. There, this is the one. Last night. But then he starts walking with them. You can really see how many there are. Dude. I almost went live. I almost went back live with it because I was shocked. What the? Let my people go. It's like they're gonna part the Red Sea right now, dude. They're leaving Egypt. They're going to the Promised Land, the land of the milk and honey. This is what it looked like back then. But with less photographers.
Yes.
What are they gonna go live in rubble? Like all this is rubble right here. This used to be stuff. This used to be buildings. Oh man, they turned the chat off. I was talking in there. Took away the chat replay. Just non-stop people. We're gonna go live in the rubble, man. Why not? And not like, do these look like people that are malnourished? How are they able to walk so far with all this weight? Is it Allah? Allah gives them all this energy. So that's a humanitarian aid. They definitely have any issues with receiving it. All the people traveling just by who's got the kid on his shoulders. Yeah, none of them are like dragging their feet. Just look how big the bag is on that guy's back. People going to the gym before they doing this walk. Kids drinking some juice. That's not water. It was actually something like flavored. Oh fuck! I gotta pick some.
هاي الزهراء آخر الزهرة صغير في مختلف الزهرة بس الدوار عند البطون هذا نخش على
Like, are we gonna have to rebuild their goddamn... Hopefully not. Hopefully Trump does what he's talking about and gets Egypt and Jordan, take these people permanently, no temporarily. It's never gonna work with them living there. It's just not. And being that Israel has more territory, they won. They're the winners, motherfucker. You know why they're the winners? Well, aside from that fucking weird footage from 9/11 with the people, the Jews with the white van that were taking pictures celebrating the towers coming down. Besides that really conspiracy theorist situation, we don't generally see Jewish people celebrating America's demise. Gaza, on the other hand, that's in their MO. So fuck them. Make them move. They're not needed there. They only cause conflict. They lost. You lost the war. It's time to move. They should have accepted the terms of the original agreement that Britain drew up. Or England drew up. I think these people are still walking too. Like this was last night, probably 4 hours into it. So this is probably around 11 o'clock my time last night. So 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning, East Coast. I don't know. None of them look dirty. They don't look. They don't even look homeless. They just look like they're going on vacation. How is that? How is this guy in a clean shirt and not just filthy? Lacoste shirt. Ah, fancy. Alligator. Yeah, you're a fucking rich man, huh? Go back to your beach house or what? All smiles. All the westernized clothing these people are wearing too is very odd. You'd think that if they were so against westernized shit, which they are, then they would make their own fucking clothes. It's a lot cheaper to be like the Amish, isn't it? I guess that all the clothes are donated though, so that's what's so weird about it. They're anti-Western shit unless we give them money or free stuff. Then they'll use that stuff. They're not saying, you know what I mean? Because when someone truly doesn't like someone, they'll probably be like, no, fuck your money. I don't need your fucking money, asshole. Get the fuck out of here. Not these people. They'll want us to die while at the same time put their hands out. Awkward. All these people thinking death to America with their hands out. God, that shit's over. But it's not gonna be, because we're probably gonna, dude, if we rebuild their fucking city, they definitely can't go back to it, right? No way we rebuild it for them for it all just to happen again, dude. Right? That simply can't happen. Why are we even letting them go back? It's a genuine question. Where the fuck are these people gonna go live when their cities are rubble? They expect that they're gonna get there and America is gonna build a hotel for them? Nobody wants these people. I don't feel sorry for them for it anymore. They're unnecessary to the world, these people. We don't need Gazans. We don't need a Gaza. We do need an Israel. You know who needs a Gaza? Iran.
لا لسه بدك وقت كثير. هاي دوار الزهرة بتروح على الفرات منك.
Reddit, dude, Reddit, sometimes I can't stand Reddit because they're so fucking Gaza sympathizers and everything leftist sympathizer. Has Reddit always been like that? No, come on, let me have my lap back, bro. You don't need to be sitting on me all day. He's got a very young kid with him. That was kind of weird. Parents have been killed, though.
قلت شوف اقرب فطار موجود بتكفي عن الناس وهم جايين وانا غاد اقف على الشارع.
There's got some pep in their step for being malnourished. Oh, bud. No, come over here. I don't want you up here, Simon. Not up here long enough. He's 12.5 pounds, man. Oh, no. Come on, man. Let hang out this guy again. Oh, Simon, go away. Sorry, dude, my asshole is fucked up. I gotta get personal with this shit because y'all are gonna think I'm just being an asshole to my cat. My fucking anus, my rectum, it's got issues. And him on my lap at 2.5 pounds fucks with it. I don't stick shit up my ass or anything. It's nothing like that, okay? Any ideas? I'm not like getting off stream like, where's my little mini cucumbers? Jeez. It just went on for hours. These people really think you can already hear the drones. Oh, Simon, dude, what is your deal, man? Go on. Gosh, I don't keep fucking with you when you tell me no. No, go away! What does dude do? Stay there. Here. There. What's that? That's tux number 2. Shit. Those tugs. Simon, stop harassing me. Aerial images of them arriving. What we got here? Wow, dude. Where are they now? Where are they traveling from? Israel? Did they let them leave Gaza to come to Israel, or are they just in another part of Gaza? Southern Gaza. They must have been. They wouldn't let them out of Gaza. What am I thinking? They're coming from like Khan Yunis or something, huh? Or no, Rafah. They were all in Rafah. That's what it is. Yeah. That's where they had them at the end. No. Oh, this is where that guy was standing earlier. He walked up here and stood here and watched them. That fire was right around this bend right here. Where? Here, right here maybe? When he first started walking, because you couldn't see down here at first. Oh, maybe it was down here even. First started walking. This is where he was standing, looking at them. Maybe even here. It is a beautiful part of the world, Gaza. It really is. Like their weather is perfect. Beautiful beach. Put this back here, Simon. Do 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 do. That's a couple miles, probably, right? Mile. I want to see some footage of what they're all doing now, though, there, now that they've made it to northern Gaza. Are they just, like, picking up boulders, or what? There are probably still dead people in all that rubble, dude. There's definitely dead people in the rubble that are rotting in there. They're going to have to deal with all that now. Man, gross. Ugh, it stink so bad in there too with all the rotting meat. I wonder if it's seeping out of the rubble. Ooh, look what we got here.
The march to Trump Tower was planned for Inauguration Day. The bitter cold on January 20th postponed a protest, but did not stop it.
The target is the Palestinian people.
Speakers from a coalition of more than 60 organizations
What? I know why it's that.
took
On me.
the mic in front of a crowd that first gathered at Water Tower Place.
You know what's amazing to me is how all these local news stations treat these people as normal and not circus freak extremists. If this was the Proud Boys or Patriot Front...
Pause this for a second. I definitely can't concentrate on that while it's spilt water. This is why I always put the cap on my shit. Well, until this time, I don't put the cap on. I usually try to because I'm a fucking moron. Clumsy as shit. I really made quite the fucking splash here. Blast radius is impressive. Damn, dude. Fuck! Don't even look at that shit, bitch. She noticed the cable. The cable was dangling and a little different now. She might have to attack that. Hey, what are you doing? Get out of here. No. No, no, no. You always up to no good. Why every time I fucking leave, you something up here to run off with.
Would the coverage look or sound anything like this?
I am here because I am not criminal.
Wait, what did he ask?
Speakers from a coalition of more than 60 organizations took the mic in front of a crowd that first gathered at Water Tower Place.
You know what's amazing to me is how all these local news stations treat these people as normal and not circus freak extremists. If this was the Proud Boys or Patriot Front, would the coverage look or sound anything like this?
I am here because I am not criminal.
Arellano admits she's scared by the threat of deportation under the Trump administration, but her love for family is much greater.
Oh my goodness, my eyes just rolled into another universe.
Arellano marches on today to support families just like her own. Noel Brennan, CBS News, Chicago.
The People's March for Justice bringing hundreds along Michigan Avenue.
So today, I want you to vow to stand up every week, every day against Trump, against fascist USA. The people united will never be defeated.
Dude.
You know, his agenda.
As long as something like George Floyd doesn't happen, and that they can really latch on to, hopefully we'll be alright to have like Republican in office again after this, and then it'll eventually, like, the Democrats will kind of start dying off a little bit.
Agenda is not what America is about. It's not what we say it's about.
We are really showing that working people are united to oppose fascism.
I refuse to believe this is a real person. This is a cartoon character. In fact, this must be a clone of this person.
It did look just like her.
Racism, to oppose his co-president Elon Musk making Nazi salutes at the inauguration.
They make a big mistake by voting for Trump, because Trump, he's a liar.
Well, he did say he was going to do mass deportations, and that is what he's doing. So I'm not sure about that one.
What did he lie
I don't
about?
think it's right.
Yeah.
I'm not okay with that. You know, a lot of people they're going after, they're here for a chance. They're here to support a system that doesn't support them.
I hope this works for you, bro.
Specifically, people from an immigrant background.
Dude, this is Chicago too, and they are overwhelmed with fucking migrants. What are we? Stop it! Stop it! What are you doing? I'm looking up there like you're gonna attack some shit. Never know, dude. We could. They did it. They're probably gonna find something to latch onto within the next 4 years and try to get people to hit the streets. And because, dude, if it weren't for George Floyd, Biden would have never won.
Are very worried right now, and they need the most help right now.
It's really important to have solidarity, especially at times like these, regardless of what's happening in the house. I think what's done is done.
I'm sorry, what? I can't hear you over that stupid mask. It's 2025. Just stop it already. You people are broken.
Oh, well, hold up. They don't wear the masks anymore for COVID. They wear the mask because they don't want to get fired. Their boss might be a Trumper. They wear the mask to hide now. And quite frankly, a lot of people are doing... Want to get sprayed? A lot of people were doing it back in the day because they wanted to hide. They thought they were ugly. They thought they had bad breath. People were so fucking self-conscious. They'd rather go to the store with a mask on and face people. There were a lot of people like that.
Check. They don't have power.
A sea of people marched down Michigan Avenue this afternoon to make their voices heard. Protesters spent hours waving flags and holding posters to bring awareness to conflicts in the Middle East.
Is a first and meaningful step, and I don't think that it should be.
But I think the masks help to ostracize them or alienate them and make others not want to join their cause because they see that they're not being genuine. They're not willing to put their face on their actions. So I think that it's not going to, like, the people that they might garner as their supporters won't be as devout as a Trumper supporter. They're just there for something to do because they want some fucking pussy or penis. Or they're just so sad that they want to break some shit.
Mistaken for the end of a journey, but rather
it be Windows or our government. They just want something broken.
And over in Phoenix, Arizona, they had a little protest too.
A rally against immigration enforcement as raids begin to ramp up across the country. A big crowd gathered out there tonight near 75th Avenue and in Canto. They blocked the roadway for a while, set off fireworks, and are waving Mexican flags.
Ah, yes. Keep waving that flag and blocking traffic. I'm sure you'll get a lot of people on your side in no time.
Right. That's how you change them. Vice President J.D. Vance arrived in where? Tri-City Airport.
Here you can.
Does he have fighter pilot escort? Living the good life. There's a fighter jet. One. They didn't zoom in. Well, I mean, gotta deal with all kinds of other shit though. Kinda. Right? Gotta deal with, like, he can't just do what he wants. He's gotta do what the hell, like, they want him to do. Secret Service, kind of how they, like, he doesn't get to veer off. You can't, I don't know. Maybe you can't just be like, hey, I want to stop and get a donut real fast. I don't have to be like, sir, we really need to get to the plane. We got a schedule. How would that play out? I don't know. How in control of his life is he at this point? Because I know in the military, you're not in control of shit. That's why I'm kind of surprised that Trump is willing to give the back pay to the service members that got booted for the COVID vaccine. Because, like, right before I got out, I was going to have to do the anthrax vaccines. It was mandatory. Everybody had to do it. And thankfully I didn't have to do it because I got out before needing it. But there was I remember there being a question about whether or not I was able to, like, I don't think I could just be like, no, I don't want that. Because it was a matter of national security at that point to, not get sick. Because a whole ship comes down with COVID and they all have severe symptoms of it. That's going to be an issue. So, yeah, it didn't keep people from getting it, but it kept people from having severe symptoms. I don't know. It's interesting how the left will praise something like this, but I am kind of like, I don't know. I believe in helping the service members out and maybe even changing it from an other than honorable to a general, maybe. But to let them come right back in and give them back pay, that's kind of crazy. Because they haven't been working for the government this whole time. They haven't been doing anything. And that's like 3 years of... We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars each. Interesting. When... like, they actually did kind of break the rule of... like, you're government property, dude. You're literally government property. I know this because I fell off the back of a Jeep not wearing a... I was on the bumper. I wasn't wearing a seatbelt, and that's what they were getting me for, not wearing a seatbelt. But then they got me with destruction of government property. That was in my actual charge. I'm like, what do you mean? Why didn't destroy your property? Like, your arm, your back, your shoulder. Yeah, you did. So I just don't get it. How these people are getting all kinds of back pay and getting re-enlisted and shit when they kind of like broke the rules. Because you sign yourself away to the military when you join. It's incentive. Yeah, but we're talking about 8,000 people. How much money are we talking about here? 8,000 people with instant back pay from how many years? We're talking about like 2 years, 3 years of back pay. I want to know how much it's going to cost to do that, and how many of them are actually going to stay in. And how many are going to just take the money and run? I bet a lot of them just take the money and run, dude. But I don't think that was a stipulation that you had to re-enlist to get the back pay. But it should be, actually. That should definitely be a stipulation. Because otherwise, it's like we need those people with experience back in if they're going to take that back pay. Definitely. If he's just giving them $100,000 and saying, all right, have a nice life, what the fuck was the point in that? That's not going to help our military grow. I mean, maybe a little bit, but we need those experienced people to train the people that are coming in. The people that we kicked out that were already trained. Now let Simon out, sweet. Out. You see him over there, looking right at him. Looking right at it. $320,000 per year. You think they're getting paid that much? I don't get it. $6.1 million in fraudulent checks. Also, just send out more money. Like, send out, dude. There needs to be an incentive for them to join back to get that money. We need them in the military, not just taking the money and running. We like, you know, dude, if he just gives them the money and lets them take off, that'll be very that'll be odd to me, dude, because the country's already put in the money to train them. They've already paid to train them. Like, these people have information, they have clearances and shit. We paid money to have them vetted for their security clearances and whatnot, and like, that's for all 8,000. 320,000 for all 8,000? I don't get it. Your math is wrong. If you're talking about 40,000 per year, it's 40,000 times 8,000. So, okay. Well, I gotta actually type it out. Which would be 320 million per year. So $1 billion brought, maybe. Is it only to come back to a job? I don't know. Is it? It should be, though, because that would be the best way, I think, to get them back. It should definitely be that. Like a re-enlistment bonus, you get your back pay. Yeah. Oh, over here. I was gonna get jealous here of my lap, sweet pea. You're not as heavy as he is. Plus, you're locked in here all night all by yourself. Try. All by yourself all night. Haitian migrants in Ohio turn to face. Oh.
Panicking. Intimidated. Panic.
Turn to faith amid deportation fears.
Intimidated. Panicking for the folks in the community because we are living a very uncertain time. Specifically,
just stop eating those keys.
Executive orders that have been signed. It's a little bit frustrating because people with temporary status here or any other immigrants, they feel a little bit threatened to deportation. You know, when your mindset is not stable because of uncertainty.
Dude, I want to know if that's a Haitian restaurant or not. Or if they actually need these Haitians in their city to work in the restaurants. Because last I saw, Haitians working at a restaurant, they had their own little thing.
What will be happening tomorrow? it creates that kind of issue with your.
I bet it's a
mental
Haitian
health.
restaurant.
I've got a lot of calls. A lot of people are asking me, should we leave Ohio? Should we go elsewhere, or should we come outside the house at all? What should we expect? Is there any?
Because you know what I'm saying. This looks like a Haitian store. Look at the shit here. This stuff doesn't look recognizable. I mean, these people don't come here and assimilate. They come here and try to make it theirs. Plant their fucking Hades here.
Worried about ICE being in Ohio? Kind of calls, but
see, look right there. God damn, how did I call it? He's the owner of the store. I called it. Am I a genius? I'm just. But I haven't seen this, and it's interesting that this is a different store. It's a Haitian store. See, they're popping up shops around here. How's he doing that if they're so broke?
Have the same answer. I tell everybody to stay calm, wait for further instruction.
Does he have that nice ass suit? I don't have a suit like looking like that.
And the church today, because people worried about the thing. So, and I think the pastor was make a point about it, so to let the people know they don't have to be scared. They have to be alert, not to scare.
I just ask God, hey, protect your people.
God's going to protect you.
I can do nothing. Only you can, so protect them. It was my last prayer in the service to ask God to protect them.
Please, God, don't take away my American privileges that I didn't fight for. That all I did was walk across the border, and actually, they probably didn't even walk here. These are Haitians. They probably did the CPB app, and they flew them straight to Ohio. Work in the meat plant. Oh, there was an earthquake in Boston.
A 3.8 magnitude earthquake rattling parts of New England. It happened at about 10:20 this morning near York Harbor in Maine and was felt in several states. Thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Paula Eben. Our phones have been ringing off the hook in the newsroom as residents shared what they experienced. And new into the WBZ newsroom, video from a bedroom in Kittery, Maine, where you can see and hear the shaking from the quake. So we have that for you. We have team coverage as well, starting with this is the bedroom that we were talking about, and you can see the shaking right there. Let's begin with WBZ's Logan Hall in Weston, where you just spoke with the professor at the Boston College Observatory.
Hey, get an earthquake.
They're going to be talking about this all
We are
day.
at the Boston College Weston Observatory, where, of course, this machine right here is actually tracking seismic data.
Wasn't even an
and you can
earthquake.
see
It was a
here
tremor.
where that earthquake actually registered when it happened. This causing scientists here to jump into full action, pouring through and analyzing all of this data as it comes in real time.
We laugh
They
at
tell us
those in
that this
California.
is a big earthquake, an event that's not very common for the area here in
Need
New
to see
England.
some shit
However,
shake
it
on
was
the
not
wall.
going to cause any significant damage, just to shake things up.
So this is a once in 5 year earthquake on average somewhere in New England.
Oh, you can't see
and
me
it's,
do
it's a
this.
good strong shake. It will scare
Not allowed to
people.
see this.
But it's below the threshold
verbal-
for damage. Damage starts around magnitude 5.0 or so,
Really
maybe
legal.
4.8 in some circumstances. So we're an order of magnitude below that, but it still can shake for maybe 20 or 30 seconds in places and really scare people.
But I guess
So
like,
now, of course, this is
like
something-
New York isn't built for earthquakes, so probably if they hit like a 5 or something, it'll probably start really screwing shit up there, huh?
That will cause some aftershocks is what we're hearing now. Scientists here telling us to keep an eye out for those aftershocks that can continue over the course of the next day or so. There already have been several reports of folks feeling those shakes happening after that big initial earthquake. Social media is
Yeah,
definitely abuzz with people shaken up.
I got age restricted on one of my videos on this channel for dabbing.
by this quake. Paula, back to you.
Logan Hall, we appreciate it. Thanks so much. And we spoke with a woman in Milton who was working from home at the time when she started to feel her house shake.
I was just in my home office working from home, and all of a sudden the house started shaking. And oftentimes we get cars or trucks that drive by here and shake the whole house, but everything was quiet out front, and sort of your mind goes to anything but an earthquake when you live in New England. So just it shook for probably 4 to 5 seconds pretty significantly, and I stood up to kind of check things out, but by that time everything was over and the dog started barking.
And when the quake happened, 911 calls started pouring in to first responders in York, Maine.
That's not interesting. That's not interesting at all. California could vote to secede from the U.S. That's not going to happen. Oh, a mudslide at Pacific Palisades.
In the area, let's go over to Stu. He's over a mudslide that's happening. Ooh, that's happened on Palisades Drive. Look at that.
Is that near Pacific Palisades?
That's right, Jen. And you know what? This one is definitely not just the rain, but also definitely from the scars from the fire. Take a look at that. Those hillsides, almost no vegetation, a little bit here and there, but this is definitely what everybody's been talking about and so worried about. This is going to be Palisades Drive. You got a couple of vehicles making their way up through here right now. Going to keep an eye on them, see if they make it all the way up. Now, officially, this road is closed to any through traffic. Anybody that's going to be driving out here is going to be allowed into the area to begin with, but you can see it right there. This is definitely from the hillsides, and that little bit of rain that we had this weekend, which actually wasn't just a little bit. I'd call that a good shower. That's a catch basin right there, and you can see completely filled up, almost overflowing, but definitely flowing out onto the roadway right there. Again, this is on Palisades Drive in the Palisades area, and this is a mudslide definitely caused by those fires and that little bit of rain we had this weekend. I'm Stu up in Skyfox. Back to y'all in the studio.
Yeah, that's going to be tough in those burn scar areas. Samada. Unfortunately, that was something that we had forecasted.
I want to see if those cars made it through. Oh, here we go.
Runoff. You add a little bit of rain to already a compromised hillside due to the fire that has been burning. It just unfortunately creating these conditions. And as we have pointed out, that even
weather people,
weeks
I never
after a
want to
rain
hear
event,
them.
landslides and mud debris can also continue to be.
Long Beach, right in the middle. That's right. That's where we belong, baby. We in the middle of everything.
An urgent warning for people traveling back and forth from Mexico. Officials say cartel members near Brownsville have been placing explosives along the roadway. The News 4 I-Team's Jordan Elder found out who they're targeting and why officials in both countries are urging you to be careful.
Don't touch, don't move, don't manipulate.
Oh, it's the same one we saw last time.
Residents in
Rally at state capitol over prison violence. This is live. Oh shit. Oh look, Black Lives Matter is starting to do stuff. Oh shit, is it starting? We're about to see some crazy shit happen in the world. You remember, dude, how like people in Europe were marching for George Floyd, dude. What was that? Slides, unconditional, uncontrolled fire. Of course, man. The mudslide, the cause of the fire. they're doing something. Really making a change. I wasn't subbed to this very small YouTube news channel with only 28,000 subs. I wouldn't even know what's happening. Doesn't make a difference. Sure they can just kick you out of there and get peace. Nice building though. You got the big sign out. Kitty. I can only take 3 more of those. That's it. Take any more. Why would anybody want to listen to that shit over and over? That's one way to get people to stop watching your calls. Start repeating the same shit over and over like an idiot.
Sir, I'm not looting.
This was our house, and we tried to save all these people. You're not stealing
exactly.
from
No, I'm not stealing that.
Look at this.
There's no way what?
You are not doing this.
I'm not looting, sir. Sir, I'm not looting.
This was our house, and we tried to save all these people. You're not stealing from
exactly. No, I'm not stealing that. I'm not stealing that. This is my block.
Not going anywhere.
No, I'm calling my lawyer. I'm calling my lawyer. Yes, I am.
Hey, 166, come here.
Excuse me. I'm not gonna leave. There's no way what?
You are not doing this.
I'm not looting, sir. Sir, I'm not looting.
This was our house, and we tried to save all these people. You're not stealing from
exactly.
them.
No, I'm not stealing that.
Interesting. Wow. Wow, she was picking through the remains of people's houses. Crazy. Damn. I wonder whose name was on the Emmy.
This remarkable.
That's like wild though. That firefighter, he was like bummed probably that they weren't able to save the houses. See them coming in and doing what they're doing. But who was that other guy? Second guy? Dude there with her, it seemed. We need more of those videos, man. Aren't many. Oh, they're still doing it. Oh, they're done. Oh, they're not done. Never mind. They were almost thinking about being done, but
Now it's
dude.
Now it's time.
Holocaust Remembrance Day. '80th anniversary of Auschwitz liberation. King Charles is visited Auschwitz. He gave a speech. Yes, 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 I must speak to the people. That is. Yes, they want to hear what I have to say about it. I'll do that for the people, I assume. I can do that for the people of the country. Countrymen. It's a travesty what happened to those people back in the day. Shame we couldn't get in sooner to help them. Dude. I just don't know if... I don't know. What the hell? Why does he need to speak about it? Remember, we must remember. Like, I mean, if we're gonna remember Auschwitz is there. As long as you don't just demolish Auschwitz will be good. Everybody always remember. Plus, we got Schindler's List, man. Good movie. Where's the news at? It's Monday. There's a alarm going off. We were having a duet. Where is it? All the free content on a Monday. Is Trump taking the day off? Kentucky soldiers sent to assist at United States southern border. Okay. Raid at the airport.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox.
different.
I'm Stephanie Quinu. This is another live look right here of the White House as President Trump's administration officials, including border czar Tom Homan and the acting deputy attorney general, visited Chicago on Sunday to witness the start of increased immigration enforcement. Immigration and Customs Enforcement saying that it made 956 arrests nationwide on Sunday. Meanwhile, immigration raids were also made in Georgia. Federal officials say they took people into custody in Atlanta, Cartersville, and Savannah, although no word as to how many were detained in those raids. Good Day's Mark Teichner picks up our developing story live from the ICE Atlanta field office in downtown Atlanta. Good morning to you, Mark.
Yeah, good morning. We'd heard rumors that these raids were taking place, but it wasn't until yesterday afternoon that the folks here at ICE confirmed that that was, in fact, the case. Sunday, federal agents take suspected illegal immigrants into custody during a series of Georgia raids. The Atlanta DEA field office posted photos of them assisting ICE agents in Atlanta, Cartersville, and Savannah. Atlanta's Homeland Security field office did the same with a photo showing a person being taken into custody at what appears to be Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport.
He was working there?
An ICE spokesperson
How the
said
fuck
the
did that
Atlanta
happen?
raids will, quote, preserve public safety and national security by keeping potentially dangerous criminal aliens out of our communities.
Why would he be able to work at the airport?
MS-13 gangs that we have gotten all over the place. We'll get them out.
Similar raids are taking place all over the country as part of President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration. Sunday alone, ICE says it took almost 1,000 people into custody nationwide.
We can do what we can with the money we have. Every national security threat that we find removed from country success. There's no number on it.
But some Democrats say the raids are targeting not only criminals and gang members, but also people who don't pose a threat.
They're going after people who are law-abiding, who are holding down jobs, who have families here. These are not people who are
taking a job that America could have,
though. What we need is a path to citizenship for them.
Fuck them. Out of
Not
here.
a lot of information being given out about the people that were detained. We do know from the White House in a post that they posted that one of them was an Honduran national who was picked up here in Atlanta, and that he had been convicted of DUI but was facing charges, according to the White House, of assault as well as weapons counts. Reporting live from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner for Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Mark, for that report. And this is another live look right here at the White House as President Trump has continued to make sweeping changes when it comes to immigration.
Filler, you're giving me filler information now. Waiting on the commercial or what? What is this? That was even real, and wasn't even real. Immigration crackdown. Long lines form at ICE.
Now to those raids happening right here in South Florida. Local time Hannah Yashivi joins us live outside the ICE office in Miramar. Hannah.
Sarah,
some of those people arrested during those raids right here in South Florida yesterday were brought to this office right here behind me in Miramar in Broward County. The Trump administration making it very clear, telling migrants, if you're thinking of coming to the United States, you should do it the legal way. You have to send your applications and send all of your paperwork before coming to the United States. If not, you may face deportation. Monday morning, the line outside the ICE Miramar office is long and moves slow. These are all folks who have appointments and checkups after properly submitting many years ago their documents to hopefully one day be approved to stay illegally in the U.S. This lady from Jamaica, for example, says a lot of people who get here illegally are desperate to leave their countries.
Sometimes they don't have a choice, you know. Sometimes they want to get away from the chaos that's going on, you know.
Whatever,
sometimes
bitch.
They're in danger, their family in danger, their self in danger, and when they go back, like, you know, it's gonna be like they're going back for the dead.
This morning, outside the ICE office,
It's
crossing
your
her
fucking
fingers
countries.
and praying for her son,
Fuck,
who is
man.
inside waiting on his approval.
Honestly,
We
it's
can't be-
terrible, terrified. I'm
be.
very terrified, you know. I'm just hoping for the best for my loved one and everyone else.
Just come here.
President
Is that
Donald Trump's
okay?
administration already showing a clear message.
How about this?
Officials familiar with the matter say
How about people in your country stop having fucking kids so we don't have to import them? Can you do that? Since you know that your country sucks, stop having fucking babies in your country.
there's now more strict consequences
Can we do that?
if you enter the country illegally.
That makes sense.
Sending a strong signal to the world.
All the country, Venezuela, stop fucking. Y'all should all be castrated at birth.
Our border's closed.
We're getting the bad, hard criminals out. These are murderers. These are people that have been as bad as you get, as bad as anybody you've
Can't
seen.
fix your
We're
country
taking them out first.
with your
Here in South
people that are
Florida,
being
a law
born there.
enforcement source
What's the
telling us
point?
Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, conducted raids across South Florida yesterday. Inside these cars are some of the people picked up by ICE officers. They were brought here to the office in Miramar to be allegedly deported. Hours later, Homeland Security Investigations Miami posting these pictures showing federal officers, quote, enforcing U.S. immigration law and ensuring the safety of our communities. And we know that military airplanes are being used in these deportation efforts. This morning, we are hearing from the Broward County Sheriff's Office. They are sharing with us that it is not helping ICE officers with this effort. We're still waiting to hear from the Miami-Dade County Sheriff's Office, to see if that's also the case with them. We're live in Miramar.
God, I wish they didn't have to talk the same. All of them fucking sound the same when they talk. All the newscasters. It sucks, dude. It's like they get taught to talk a certain way, to hold attention spans, or to over sensationalize content. Whack. Ooh.
If you're in the country illegally, you're on the table, because it's not okay to, violate laws of this country. You got to remember, every time you enter this country illegally, you violated a crime under Title 8, United States Code 1325. It's a crime. So if you're in the country illegally, you got a problem. And that's why I'm hoping those who are in the country illegally who have not been ordered removed by the federal judge should leave.
A firm message there from Border Czar Tom Homan on one of the Sunday talk shows over the weekend, throwing down the gauntlet. He was in Chicago over the weekend as federal agents began their targeted immigration enforcement operations in the Democrat-run city. Joining us now is Kata Truss, a Chicago resident. Kata, thank you for coming back on. And your reaction to what you saw happening in your city
They
after
found a
speaking
black
up about
woman
this
to
as long as you
support him.
have
Wow.
over the weekend.
My reaction has been somewhat excitement,
they are
but then
pretty supportive
also,
there, though,
you can't see this happening and not have your heart hurt for
The
some of the
immigrants are
people
taking
who are
their-
going to be deported.
They're fine.
And that's for the people who are hardworking, people who have come to this country.
The most.
Now, those criminals who came here, which is what Tom Homan is targeting right now, we feel good about the fact that they're being taken back to their countries and taken out of our neighborhoods. We are already dealing with high crime, and so it's good to know that someone has our back. I've been listening to our mayor and our governor the last couple of days, basically doubling down on not even being willing to assist in helping them to get criminals out of our community. And one of the things that you'll hear Mayor Brian Johnson say, that crime is down in the city of Chicago. Chicago. I live approximately 3 blocks from the mayor, and my husband was carjacked in front of our house on Monday. So I don't need to hear people talking to me
she's part of the West Side
how
too.
we're being insensitive to other people when we're fighting our own issues right here in our community. And so to compile those with criminals from other places is unacceptable.
Yeah,
so
well,
we're excited about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you know, the administration has said, and you heard Tom Homan there, these initial arrests and deportations are targeted. They are going after criminals, known criminals, and those who have obviously committed illegal acts, even have ties to gangs. To your point, this is the mayor of your city, Brandon Johnson, defiant. Listen.
We are a welcoming city, and we are a sanctuary city. We are a sanctuary and welcoming state. That has not changed because of who won the election. And that's not going to change. Any of the measures that the president is looking to...
Wait, did he didn't win Illinois, did he? He didn't win Illinois, did he? I don't think he did, though. If you would have won Illinois, I would say it does matter. But if you didn't win Illinois, then popular vote.
Execute against working people in the city of Chicago. We will defend our city. It's just that simple.
Kata, are there any Chicago residents who are opposed to this administration coming in and taking out and sending back those who have criminal backgrounds, are wanted for criminal acts, or even worse, have violent ties to gangs?
I'm sure that they're not, and I'm sure that you'll hear people say that there are people who are opposed to it, but for the majority of the citizens here in Chicago, we're not opposed to it. Let me tell you something. You know, our mayor is intent on protecting people who come from other places. We need our mayor to be intent on protecting the people who were born here, the people who were raised here, the people who have stake. And not that those people don't have stakes in these communities, but for those of us who have been fighting tirelessly to bring about change in our communities and have been told time after time again that there's no money, and to watch billions being spent on people who are not from here is a problem for most of Chicago. And it must be a problem for most of the country, because you can tell that in the way that people voted.
Yeah, and we hear the frustration and the urgency in your voice, and the numbers back up. You're
looking at these numbers here. This is what we got: Republican versus, and so 43 to 54. You can't see this. Chicago was all blue. There were some, that's a different county though. Cook County was 70% in Cook County, man. I wonder what... What site was that? Damn, man, she won California by a lot. We got down here Los Angeles County. 65%. It was super close though in Orange County. And then just up north it was a lot closer too. Dang, man. That sucks. I want to see what Long Beach was. Okay. Here we go. Oh, wow. So one area. No, is that Long Beach? Oh, Lakewood. Oh, this is trippy, dude. No area in Long Beach was for Trump. Crazy, dude. Hill Beach was, though. Oh, it was close, though. Oh, wow. What? Wait a second. That's so few amount of people that voted in that area. Oh, well, they had to live in that area, though. So, because it seems like not very many. I wish it gave the zip code when I did this. Oh, it might, but I have dark mode on. I think this is Palos Verdes, where Trump has property at. San Diego, though, went way more red than LA did. Well, I don't know, there's still some. Was this where the Palisades is? I don't know. Can't tell. If the fire people were Democrat or Republican, hard to tell. Like a lot of them are Democrat. So, this is near the Malibu area around. No, yeah, around here. Well, there you go. They probably voted for the fucking Democratic mayor also. So to say that the fire wasn't their fault. I mean, of course, this is for Trump Harris, but the same people that voted for Harris probably voted for what's her name? Karen Bass. Probably. It is their fault, dude. They elected somebody that put DEI in charge of the fire department, as well as they probably also voted in Newsom for Democrats. But they're willing to vote for Harris. I mean, probably going to be voting for Newsom. Biggest threat to Hollywood.
Right now, Hollywood reeling in the wake of those devastating fires as more productions are forced out of the state or put on hold.
Our next guest has spent decades in the industry and Warrens, California is on the verge of losing it all for good. Producer and production manager Michael Miller joins us now. Michael, thank you for joining us. So what's the big threat to California right now?
Good morning, guys. The biggest threat right now, there's a phrase that we've coined called runaway production. Actually, runaway post-production as well, which is so many shows and movies have been enticed to go work in other states because states are offering huge tax incentives to bring that business to them. So over the last few years, California has lost about $10 billion and almost 40,000 jobs in production to states like Georgia, New Mexico, and Louisiana. Combine that with the fires that we're dealing with right now, people have been looking for work and they don't have a choice. They have nowhere to go. They have no homes, and now the jobs are leaving. Makes it very tough for people to stay and keep the industry working in California right now. So there's this petition going around, as you mentioned. 6,000 people is not that much yet. It just started. There are a lot of big names coming onto it, but there is a real push to get California to match these other incentives and to keep the jobs here. People are really, really struggling.
So, Michael, for those who don't know who you are, I mean, you are a big-time producer. Your job is basically if somebody has a movie or a TV show, they come to you and they go, how much does it cost if I do it in L.A., if I do it in Georgia, if I do it in Las Vegas, if I do it in Ireland, in Australia, which is where a lot of these are going. So it's not just that we're in danger of losing Hollywood as we know it, but also that it's not just going to move to Georgia. It could move to Ireland or somewhere else. So these states are offering incentives, tax incentives. Why doesn't California, and why doesn't Hollywood itself do more to encourage your government in California to make a more business-friendly environment?
That is an excellent question. And California does have incentives, but they were never the nearly what they are in other states, and to go overseas for sure. Right now, there's a bill waiting. The governor is reviewing, but of course, it has the over-regulation and a lot of rules that are standard for California, right? They love to over-regulate everything. At this time when we're expediting permits and waivers to rebuild homes, and this is the time when the legislature needs to get together and match what those other incentives are. And to make it a fair playing field for us, because right now it's really not fair at all.
Well, that's what's interesting about it, because you know what? Californians, they got to take this into their own hands. They elect these people that raise these taxes and make life so expensive and put all these rules and regulations into it. And so, you know, it's kind of hard to say, hey, well, the rest of America should supplement this.
I agree with you completely. And, you know, the president and his administration are very focused on common sense. I would hope that the California state legislature can have that same kind of common sense and really do what's right here and what's needed to keep the jobs in California.
Yeah, nobody wants to see people suffer along the way. And I think entertainment as a whole, the United States does it better than the entire rest of the world. It is a competitive advantage for the United States, and we need to keep that in all segments of entertainment. Michael Miller, really do appreciate joining us on Fox and Friends.
Thank you for your time this morning.
You guys, Donald Trump has appointed Mel Gibson, Sylvester Stallone, and John Voight to be ambassadors of Hollywood. This is one of the topics, among others, but at the top of the list is making, keeping Hollywood in California and not letting it, be offshored or sent to other states. So you're right. California has to take it under, has to take responsibility, but maybe with some leadership from Donald Trump, we might see some action.
AI is also going to play a role in this.
I know. I think the industry is under attack from a lot of, it's a great point, Jason.
And let's also be clear, every cost of living cost that is, piled on California residents with government regulations makes it more difficult for.
It does. I know a lot of people watching, and I'll end on this. A lot of people watching go, well, it's LA. It's they don't vote for conservatives. Hollywood is America, and you're right. We export culture, and we export Hollywood, and it's America. And so hopefully the America First president will save Hollywood.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
I give up. Cash, save her life. It was a right to her. The other day she caught one perfectly. It was really impressive. Jumped up on her back legs and called it. Immigration community. What is this? This is live. Washington leadership fight president's anti-immigration agenda. Gotta be Seattle, dude.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the mic.
Seattle wants another Chaz, which apparently, another chop. They didn't fucking learn that they're stupid. They still don't understand that they're retarded. We are here. This is our home. Well, not for long, lady. If you're not legal, what are you saying? You should have ICE just hanging out outside this building right now. Why not? This is live. Check all their papers as they leave. Oh, it's your home? Oh, okay. Let me see your papers.
You can make one up on the spot.
No, but they said it was okay. They said they would protect me. Where's Como News? Oh, it's not one America. It's North America, Central America, South America. And you're from South America. It's time to go back. Yeah, but he's gonna come after them too, for sure.
All right.
Got 4 years.
Get started here. Thank you all for attending this event and for all of the actions that you'll continue to take after today as we stand up for immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and ensure that we are making progress and not going backwards.
Need more food. All that fat you got right there. Fatty potato. You need to be a cheerleader.
All right, everyone, get in close, get in close.
Cute.
To you all, buenos dias. Which we translate as the Center for People of All Races. And we are honored to have you here at the Centilla Cultural Center. This center
Let me fix the audio because their
is a name
audio
in the
sucks
Nahuatl
right
Aztec language that means to join together, to become one. And on behalf of our executive director, Estela Ortega, who sends her love and her apologies for not being able to be here today, and everyone here at El Centro, our entire El Centro, bringing us together, we are more powerful together. As you know, El Centro de la Raza was founded over 52 years ago through a peaceful occupation of the school building right across the plaza. A peaceful occupation of that abandoned school building.
The power they have is the power that we let them have.
We are going to create a place to have so our community can have a voice, so that we will not be invisible, so that we can build our community, build political power, and struggle to create a place for unity in our community.
Build political power.
Over 52 years has continued thanks to so many people here at El Centro de la Raza who have contributed so much over so many years.
His brain on that one.
Today we have 43 programs and services to serve our community. We will continue to serve and defend our immigrant and refugee communities
more government agencies
to our utmost ability, continuing to help in providing services, to providing emergency planning, to uniting with our partners so that we are coming together to educate and organize our communities.
Check this out. You better believe if we get another Democrat administration after Trump, there's going to be the first Haitian in charge of this government office, the first Venezuelan female ever in charge of the Navy now. You know what I mean? They're going to be trying to start a civil war at that point. Probably. Because everything would just be destroyed over their bullshit, trying to piss the Republicans off.
Affordable housing, economic opportunity, childcare, community and cultural space, and it is a way in which we have continued to build community to say that all people, including our immigrant and refugee communities who contribute so much to our economy, who were there, who were the essential workers during COVID, who kept us fed, who kept working in the hospitals and working in those essential jobs, have the right to dignity and a right to be part of our society. In closing, I want to thank you, Governor Ferguson,
This
Attorney General
motherfucker
Brown.
acts like the immigrants are the only people working during COVID. If it weren't for the immigrants working during COVID, America would have just, we wouldn't have been able to do anything. We'd have come to a complete standstill without the immigrants. And just like, who was it last night that brought up that, was it, I forget his channel name. That older dude, veteran, Jameson's Travels. Was it him? He was bringing up that we used to have migrant workers, and I've said that multiple times before. Migrant worker used to mean that they would come here and work, and then they would migrate back home when there wasn't any work. And I've brought this up multiple times over the past few years. Like, what happened to those people? Those people still need jobs. They still liked to do that because their money went a lot further in Mexico. They would work here, take their money to Mexico, and live like they wouldn't have to work for half a year probably if they didn't want to. And now, us being flooded by all these illegals, it's taking the jobs from those migrating workers that migrate. They don't stop migrating. They migrate all the time. They migrate where the work's at. They migrate back where the work's not. Those people still exist. Oh, thanks. We have a kitty. Looks like Trident came back. Or is that Mama? Oh, it's Mama. Interesting. Mama's eating the ziwi. I put a lot of ziwi down there too. I might have sprinkled nutritional yeast on top though. Actually, I think that's Mama. It doesn't look like Fluffy because I don't see any white on the face. Hard to tell though once we get this glare. Glare lasts for another hour or two. Around 11:30 or so. But it's good she's hitting it. The reason why the glare is happening is the sun is hitting the window. But in about an hour and a half or so, the sun's going to be hitting the food. And then they won't, they start not wanting it after it's been sun hit. Because it causes it to crust over a little bit and it doesn't have as strong a scent. Not evaporating as much liquid off of it anymore at that point because of the crust, or less scent. I'm pretty sure that's Mama. It worked because everyone won. It was still a formula. Come here, harvest your paid. Yeah, right? Like, go home and live like a king. Now they're coming here and they're not living like kings, really. They're probably living multiple people into a two-person, normally would be a two-person place. They got like 10 or 20 people up in it, who knows? Because I already know they were doing that in Memphis. On Jackson Avenue was known for it back then, like decades ago. So they're definitely still doing that type of stuff, messing up property values and shit. Because who the fuck wants to live next to 20 people in one house? Or a landlord can also like charge more for a place like that too, because he knows there's so many people there that like they might not be able to get a place easily because they don't have credit. And I think it lowers property values, because one argument was like, hey man, people are having to pay more rent, so it's increasing property values. That's not how it works though. Like renters, I think, decrease property value. Like you get an apartment complex that's willing to charge a lot for their people, that's not going to bring up property values having that in the area. It's going to suck having that there.
We stand together.
Or increasing rent prices while at the same time decreasing property values in the area that they move to.
With our friends and allies committed to organizing and building our community so much. Mil gracias.
For welcoming us to this space at such an important
One gas
moment.
station.
El Centro de la Raza has always been about the power our community has to stand up and fight back. And here we are again, facing a federal administration that is attacking our communities. So we will use every tool at our disposal to
What tool?
That's right.
Yo, the glitching that you're seeing, it's Como News. It's on their end.
My name is Roxana Neruzzi, and I am the very proud executive director of One America. I am a first-generation American, a very proud daughter of immigrants. And 20 years ago, I found my home and voice in the immigrant rights movement. And like El Centro, One America was born out of resistance. Our organization was founded following the 9/11 attacks in 2001. Then called Hate Free Zone, our communities were fighting back against a rise in Islamophobia and targeted attacks that left immigrant and refugee communities feeling vulnerable and afraid. And that's not right. We should all feel safe in the communities we call home. And that is why immigrants and refugees from this community together, all of you, established One America, so we could have a place to organize together and create a future where we all thrive. Yes, yes. Because what do we do when immigrants are under attack? Stand up, fight back! That's right. What do we do when immigrants are under attack? Stand up, fight back! Now, almost 24 years later, our communities are still under attack in some of the most vicious and cruel ways we've seen to date. Over the last week, the Trump administration has enacted destructive executive orders that aim to strip our rights and harm all Americans. Trump's plans for mass deportation, mandatory and indefinite detentions, and the dismantling of our immigration system is not just a moral and humanitarian disaster, it's also an economic catastrophe that will spare no one. That's right. They will separate families, endanger our public safety, hurt local communities across the country,
Another
and damage
one.
industries like agriculture, dairy, construction, home
you go.
care, nursing, and many, many more. While Trump and his billionaire allies line their pockets, American families are drowning in impossible choices: rent or groceries, medicine or utilities. And now, for some families, it's about making a terrifying calculus every day. Is going to work worth risk of detention? Is a church, hospital, or school visit worth being separated from their children? No. The real threat to our country is a system that forces hardworking families to choose between survival and safety. But here's the thing. We've been here before, and we are ready. This time, We will not only organize and stand up, but we will also fight for what we need to make Washington the best state in the country for all of us.
There goes Mama.
And that's no matter where we come from, the color of our skin, or our immigration status. Despite the agenda of our anti-immigrant federal government, together we are a blueprint for the rest of the nation of what's possible when we value, support, and invest in immigrant communities.
That's right.
Policies like including immigrants of every status in our social safety nets. Ensuring our democracy is fair and representative.
That's right.
Taking the burden off of our tax system so
Didn't need
poor
much,
working
though.
class families
Just
can
drink
afford
them.
things like childcare. And most importantly, using every tool at our disposal at the local and state level to ensure immigrant communities are protected. One America, along with so many of our partners here in this room and out in the world doing hard work, we're built for moments like this. And we are more prepared than ever to defend our people, and we won't back down.
Yes.
We know what we are up against, and we have a vision of what we are working towards. A vision of a thriving home for immigrants where we are equal, valued, and loved.
Weird. The audio is off. I'm noticing.
No hate.
Oh no, never mind.
No
Never mind.
fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No
Oh,
hate.
I was looking at the
No
replay.
fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate. No fear. Immigrants are
That's a
welcome
great
here.
song, isn't it?
No fear. Immigrants are
Catchy.
welcome here.
Catchy.
That's
I think it's gonna
right. And
catch
that's what
on.
we're here to say together with our community
Nah, never mind. Private.
and our incredible leaders in Washington State who will stand with us. So now I have the honor of introducing Governor Bob Ferguson,
They have a
fierce
governor.
defender of immigrants throughout his career. Just last week, the Trump administration announced that they would allow ICE to enter churches, hospitals, courts,
Oh, what you gonna do
and
about it,
schools and
Gov?
childcare centers,
Look like a
like
Dilbert.
the one we're standing across from at El Centro.
It's like fucking Lugner's cousin.
I was very proud to be a part of the Project 2025 task force led by King County Councilmember
Good
Jorge
deputy.
Baron. We provided recommendations to help our state prepare for this moment. The governor, along with new Department of Children and Family, the new Department of Children, Youth and Families Director, Tana Sen, are here to stand with us and to announce one of the recommendations that will be put into effect to address the impact of family separation. Please welcome the governor and
Thank you so much, Roxanna, and thanks, and Councilmember Brown. Sorry about that. Where's Jorge? I know he's got to be close by.
Jorge, yes.
So thanks you both. So just so folks know, that was during my
George.
transition time after getting elected, but before taking office. We've built a transition team, and those two individuals co-chaired a committee looking at Project 2025 and how Washington State can be prepared for what might be coming. So the two of them led a team that made recommendations. We'll be talking more about that in a moment. And Tana has a key role, as you might imagine, in state government, so we so appreciate her service. So I'll have a few remarks. Tana will have a few remarks. Then I'll be signing an executive order. Before I do that, though, I also want to thank El Centro for hosting us once again. I'm mindful as I was driving here that we've had some wonderful events here. That fight, right? We won that fight. We are here to stand for farm workers in this very room. Just a couple of years ago, many of you are here for that. We won that fight for the rights of farm workers and many others. So it's great to be back, and thank you again for all your work. I was proud that, when Donald Trump was first elected, the first state to stand up to him and defeat him in court was Washington State on the first of the ballot. And I was proud to lead a team in the AG's office that brought that case and won that case. I was equally proud that the first state to stand up to Donald Trump and take him to court and beat him in court was once again Washington under the leadership of our new Attorney General, Mitch Brown. That issue, of course, is on birthright citizenship, and the team in the AG's office does fantastic work. I know are feeling a lot of things right now. We have a state of leaders at the local and state level who are very, very committed to defending your rights and upholding the values of all Washingtonians. We've been first in the past. We're first again. We'll stand up. That's central to who we are, and we'll continue doing that. We're also mindful that with the AG's office, we're able, when the president oversteps his authority, you can be sure Washington State will stand up and take him to court and win almost every single time. We're also mindful that presidents have a lot of authority. They do, and go against our values. We also need to prepare for those events as well, to minimize the impacts to Washingtonians when a president does something that may be lawful but goes against our values. And one thing I want to talk about is the potential for mass deportations, which of course has been central to Donald Trump's campaign and of course what he's been saying since he became president. He was clear about his intentions, so I want to be clear about the impacts if that were to happen. It means ripping families apart. It means kids losing their parents. It means business losing their workers. It means communities being significantly altered. We need to be prepared if this were to come to pass. So today I'll be signing an executive order after Tana says a few words, directing the immediate creation of the Family Separation Rapid Response Team in the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, which Tana Sen heads up. And I appreciate the work of the co-chairs of that committee in the transition, making recommendations like this to me so we can move quickly and be prepared as a state. The goal of this team is to address the harms caused by President Trump's immigration enforcement policies. Look, we have other speakers who will address this, but the harms are obvious. And the word harms is really not even the right word, right? It goes beyond that, right? But the harms caused by those will be profound for many, many families potentially, and we need to be prepared. So we're going to uphold our core values as Washingtonians, and my administration will do everything we can possibly do to address those significant harms that are caused by those policies. That's making sure that kids who are torn away and separated from their parents have someone to care for them, and they have uninterrupted access to their education. The team I'm creating today will include professionals from DCYF, from the Washington State Patrol, the Office of Refugee and Immigrant Assistance, the AG's Attorney General's Office, and representatives, of course, from my office as well. The members will be consulting with regional and local experts on immigration and child welfare to develop policies that support children who experience families.
Dude, I didn't know that Romania became a full member of the European Schengen Zone. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. When did that happen? Did y'all know that? Well, I probably wouldn't give a shit. You haven't been to Romania.
Separation through the deportation or detention of their parents or their caregivers. They'll be having their first meeting no later than February 14th, and I expect much sooner than that.
Like when you go into Hungary, you don't have to get checked because Hungary is part of the Schengen zone, but Romania, they stop the train and everybody has to. They might go through your luggage. You don't know. I think they might have made me open my luggage while they were walking through. But now they can just travel freely through all of the Schengen zone countries, which is most of Europe. That's pretty neat. Oh, wow, that's a huge deal for Romania. Free travel of their people. I'm sure there are a lot of countries that are pissed off about it, though, because Romania is known for having some of the worst gypsies that take advantage of people with scams like a missing arm or something.
Broadly speaking, the team will look for ways we can improve agency policies and procedures to help us respond to and support families who are separated. Look, it's worth noting, a dozen years ago, it would be unimaginable we'd be having this conversation. Let's be clear, right? So even a state like Washington isn't necessarily prepared for something like this because who would imagine we'd be at this place? So it's important for us to go through our procedures and think about it from a lens of what actually is happening now to make sure we're doing everything we can, and local school districts to develop strategies to minimize disruption.
You guys got to see this. It's kind of symbolic somewhat in that the first to cross the border was actually this stray dog. the fuck, dude? It happened January 1st. I didn't hear about this, but that's hilarious. It's a stray dog. They didn't mean for it to be the first.
To kids' education. That includes making a plan to respond if a student's parent is taken while a student is in school. I will be directly involved in this, so I can assure you I have a great team. They'll be advising me on a regular basis. My first meeting this morning, after I got up, was about these issues, so they'll be in regular contact with me as we move forward. I'm going to turn this over to Tana Sen, who will say a few words, and then I'll be signing this executive order. Thank you very much.
That also means, though, that you can't go to Romania for a passport reset. So there's that too. Because you're only allowed to stay, I think it's 90 days or half a year out of a year or something. It's like 30 days out of, and I forget what it is now. It might have changed too, but you're only allowed to stay a certain amount of time in that zone. And there are places you could go to reset your passport, like countries that weren't in the zone. But as long as you were still in that zone, there are limitations to how long you can be there. And now Romania isn't a reset country to where you can go there for a little while and chill out and then go back to the zone.
Good morning. It's a huge honor to be standing here and I'm so grateful to thank Governor Ferguson for making this one of his first actions to make sure that we're protecting families across Washington state. The entire mission of the Department of Children, Youth, and Families are ultimately reduce any trauma. And we are standing ready and waiting to work together with agencies across Washington state to make sure that children in mixed status families are protected, are supported when their parent or primary caregiver are deported or removed from our country. And I just want families to know and to feel rest assured that if that happens, your child will be safe, will be cared for, and will be loved here in Washington state.
Dude, take your kid with you. What are you doing? Dude, these parents are like, thank you. Yes, we just want our kid to live here now. Because that shit is expensive back in my country. Thank you for doing that for us. We'll be back. When it's a Democrat, we'll be back. But y'all bring him up until then. Make him a good, strong boy. That's all they want anyway, ain't it?
This is important. We care
raise
for
their
you.
youth for
We
them.
want to reduce any trauma, and we will take care of you because that is what Washington State does. That is what the Department of Children, Youth, and Families does.
And
that is what we are telling all of you today, that Washington is standing strong together on the local level, the county level, and the state level to protect families and children in Washington State.
Oh, man. Did you ever try the wet food, though? You wouldn't eat any kind of wet foods?
Keep families together. Keep families
What was wrong?
Keep families together. Keep families together. Keep families together. Keep families together. Thank you so much. Thank you for your leadership.
We can step your way.
What about the blood work? Did you ever see what they tested for? Was it a full panel? Did they test for kidney? Did they test for
Sure, I can do that.
thyroid? Did they test for everything?
I guess I gotta learn how to do this.
I'm still not convinced on the fucking asthma shit, dude. What did the second person say? You never got a second opinion? You did get a second opinion?
Thank you so much.
Your daughter was going to show it to a different vet, right?
Dr. Sen, for your leadership. I know we all feel not safe, but a little more security knowing that we have leaders like this in our community.
Yes.
So now I have the great honor of welcoming Senator Rebecca Saldana. Okay, and also together with Rebecca, our state
We
senator.
could do an autopsy on her. How much are autopsies? Pet autopsies?
Together, these two incredible leaders
I really think it's
co-chair the Latino
just a
caucus
neurological
in our state
thing.
legislature. And are not only
It seems like an
leaders
easy way
from
out,
and for our
man.
community,
What's
but
neurological?
longtime
Yeah, it's in the brain.
fighters for
Who knows?
immigrant justice and protections and defense in the state
I don't know,
legislature.
man.
Let's give them a warm welcome.
Good about it. I feel like something should have showed up in the numbers on the labs.
The 37th Legislative District, welcome. This is your home. In the 37th, the world calls home. Yes!
Sucks, man.
And my whole life,
Sorry, you
we
lost
have been
your cat,
fighting
man.
warm to the immigration, the
about that
broken
vet,
immigration
man?
system. That's right. And we will not wait for the other Washington to get things right. No. So as we live in a time when national rhetoric fosters fear and division, leaving those who contribute so much to our country feeling uncertain and unseen, here in this Washington, we reject divisiveness. Yes. We stand for justice, yes, equity, yes, and believe in the power of our community. Immigrants are part of our backbone of our economy. We recognize our indigenous brothers and sisters. That's right. And recognize that many of us
I mean, yeah, she could have had a blood clot.
have indigeneity within us.
Especially if she was older.
We were here before the
She was older and she was never getting any kind of oils, omega-3s and 6s in her diet. Did the food that you were giving her, did it have omega-3s and 6s? Because they help to break down blood clots. Actually, if you give a cat too much fish oil, it can cause them to be, it causes them to bleed out too easily because their platelets won't work correctly. Because that's how it lubricates the blood almost. Like his Purina Pro, I think all have omega-3s and 6s or something. I don't know if dry food can have it though, because there isn't a dry omega-3 6 supplement on the market. Just want to say that they're all oils.
our borders. Yes.
You can't get fish oil without getting fish oil, or they would have it, because a lot of people don't like the fact that it makes them burp up fish scents. It makes their breath smell like fish. They would have one if they could.
Immigrants that are here new today, they build our homes,
But I don't know, maybe
harvest our
that was
food,
it.
and care for our families. Yet they remain excluded from critical protections. That is not fair. It is not just.
And that would cause a stroke.
And that is why for this year, I will introduce again wage replacement bill.
There's certain vitamins that can't be given in dry food, I guess.
Head on. For years, undocumented workers and their employers have been paying into Washington's unemployment system. Over $400 million in the past decade, without ever being able to access those benefits in their communities.
That ain't right. That ain't right.
This bill ensures that when these workers lose their jobs through no fault of their own, they can rely on the safety net their labor has funded. This is about more than economic security. It's about a dignity and fairness.
That's right.
During the pandemic, we were all calling immigrant workers essential. They worked while we stayed home.
Oh, no.
But too many were left without protections. And this legislation corrects those wrongs and strengthens our communities. Because we know when we invest in people, when we value every worker's contribution, we create a stronger, fairer Washington and democracy for everyone. And that is why I'm so proud and excited that Representative Cortez will be sponsoring the companion bill in the House. And I'll pass the mic to him.
Hola, buenos días, mi gente. ¿Cómo están? ¿Bien? ¿Con ganas? Va, órale, pues. I'm State Representative Julio Cortez from the 38th Legislative District, and honestly, it's an honor to be among so many colleagues who share a united vision to uplift and protect our immigrant communities.
The DEI hire.
My parents are Mexican immigrants.
Definitely a DEI hire.
I'm a Mexican immigrant. From Mexico City, Chilango. So my parents worked as immigrant farm workers in the fields of Wabato and Yakima, picking everything from apples, pears.
He's a senator?
So this is
that
very,
what
very
they said?
personal to me. My colleagues in the legislature and I are ready to work with other
It's the
legislators to
state
make
senate,
sure
right?
that we
Not the
are
federal senate.
ready to protect our immigrant communities right here in Washington State.
That's right.
Immigrant supports as we speak, and we are and will continue to meet face-to-face with our immigrant populations and communities to make sure that we are hearing directly from them, to make sure that we know as a legislature, as their representatives, because we represent them and support those communities. Through intergovernmental collaboration, the door to federal overreach and marginalization will remain closed. Yes. We've been at these crossroads in history.
I don't remember
before,
his name,
so
but I'm going to see if I can find him just by scrolling down through him.
I can assure you, and I want you all to hear this, we will rise to meet this moment again. It's who we are.
Immediately?
It's what
No, that's
Washington
not it.
State is.
I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll get it.
From passing the Keep Washington Working Act in 2019 to securing millions in funding for immigrant relief,
Javier
we will
Valdez,
stand
no?
firm against
Is that him?
any incursion. Governor Ferguson, this executive order sends a clear message,
that's a
and I
different
truly
one.
hope that our federal partners and our neighbors hear us. We will not be silent. As Dolores Huerta once said, walk the street with us into history and get off that sidewalk.
What was his name? I think Adrian Cortez.
Thank
Wait
you
a
so
second.
much to our incredible
Is it Adrian Cortez?
state representatives and senators.
I need to see. It's important.
We'll be sponsoring the companion bill in the House. We'll create a stronger, fairer Washington and democracy for everyone. And that is why I'm so proud and excited that Representative Cortez will be sponsoring the companion bill in the House.
Dude, look at this. Oh my god, look at this crazy shit right here. I was like, how did this guy get in office, right? Like, what? I needed to look into it to find out how. He won by 172 votes. It was the only race that required a recount in the 2024 elections. Of course, it required a recount, bro. I don't know, man. I don't even trust it with the recount. Fuck that. Yeah, that's a pretty slim margin right there, bud. For to be a first generation, grew up like all that.
Much to our incredible state representatives and senators.
Seems like they needed him.
Thank you for inviting us to get on
Dems
the
knew they would
sidewalk
need
and to
him,
join the
maybe.
movement. Now, I'm so honored to have the opportunity to invite Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown.
Of course, he's
to
a black
share
man.
the
Do
powerful
they have any
actions
white
he
men
has
in
taken,
office in
and not just taken,
Washington at all?
But one. Yes.
Or maybe there's one. There's only one
The
though.
first week to defend the rights of all of us who call Washington home. Let's give him a warm welcome.
I'm just looking forward to when whites are the minority and we get the minority privileges. You know what I'm saying? We get all switches over.
You did it.
Welcome, Eric. America and El Centro for gathering everyone.
We're going to be the DEI hires.
Some of the most pressing and important issues that we have here. And thank you to everyone who came out to participate, to make their voice heard, to show up and to support all of the people.
Sure, I'll hire a white guy, I guess.
When I took office 12 years ago, I made an obligation to defend the United States Constitution and the laws and Constitution of the state of Washington. So last week, when the president tried to change the Constitution by his own and redefine what it means to be an American in this country, acting like a king, ignoring our democratic process, we could not let that stand. And Washington State was proud to remind the nation that we are not afraid to defend our values and our people and uphold the Constitution. We were able to stop Trump's unconstitutional birthright citizenship order for now. And we will continue to protect and defend the rights of everyone in Washington over these next 4 years. But the challenges are serious and daunting. We have a lot of work ahead. Our office is closely reviewing all of the president's actions that infringe on our sovereignty and harm Washington's residents and our most vulnerable populations. We are working collaboratively with attorney generals all across this country, and there will be many attempts over the next 4 years to divide us. But in Washington, we will be united by our values and defend Washington law. We value immigrants. We value refugees. We value asylum seekers. And we value opportunity for all. And most importantly, we value justice. And we will stand for justice. And we will fight back if rights are diminished because of their race, their ethnicity, or their immigration status. And our team, as Governor Fergus said, has some of the best experience in the country doing just that. Defending the rights of Washingtonians, no matter who they are, no matter where they come from. And our team spent the past year preparing for this moment, reading and analyzing Project 2025. You should have faith that in Washington State, we will do everything that we can, that our government is still a force for good. And with your help, and we will need your help, we are ready to defend the Evergreen State. We will help any community. Today, the immigrant community is being targeted by a lawless president who stokes hate against each other and marginal in this fight. And we have to be here for each other during these times of uncertainty. Let's all take care to make sure that we are there for each other. Let's work in our communities. Let's parse out truth from fiction going forward. Thank you very much.
Attorney General Nick Brown again for reminding us that we have a role in protecting and defending our democracy and doing everything in your power to ensure that this administration does not violate our rights. And now, thank you, kiddos, for being here. We have the This is what we're fighting for. And now I would like to welcome a fierce leader from the Washington Bus. Let's give it up for the Washington Bus. The Washington Bus, led by my dear comrade, Cynthia, who's here today, organizes young people who want to make our state a better place and all for expanding our democracy. Let's please welcome Gloria Gonzalez Zapata. Gloria.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
My name is Gloria Gonzalez Zapata, and I was born and raised in Seattle. My parents are immigrants. My dad is from Mexico, and my mom is from Panama. I consider both of those places home as well. I want to take a moment to thank the Washington Bus for inviting me to youth-led base building organization dedicated to building and harnessing political power and leadership among young Washingtonians. They invested in me as a fellow in their summer fellowship. The 14th Amendment is enshrined in our Constitution to ensure that no politician can ever single-handedly decide who among us is worthy of citizenship.
That's right. Yeah.
President Trump does not get to decide who is American enough to deserve U.S. citizenship. Birthright citizenship, the principle that anyone born in the United States is automatically a citizen, dates back to 1868. Excluding people born here would unfairly create a permanent underclass. People who have never known any other country may be rendered stateless. This order not only affects children born in the U.S., but also sends a harmful message of exclusion to others whose citizenship may be questioned because of their race or their parents' origins. Some of you may resonate with my story as a first-generation immigrant. Growing up in a Spanish-speaking, multicultural household, I immersed myself in my culture, watching Telemundo, Univision, listening to artists like Selena Quintanilla Perez and Juan Gabriel, and enjoying my favorite Mexican snacks, takis, which back then you could only find at the Mexican store. I felt proud to be connected to my heritage. Throughout my public school years, I overheard my classmates and even teachers comment on how bad it was that my parents taught me Spanish, or that I didn't know a 5th grade music teacher scolded me for not knowing who the Beatles or Queen were. In situations like that, it's easy to feel alienated, sad, and even scared.
Oh, poor fucking thing.
But I was lucky. I had a small group of first-generation
Scolded
friends like
her.
myself.
Really?
Some from Korea, India,
Dude.
Mexico, China, and
Right, a
Ethiopia.
fucking river
We
lady.
shared similar experiences. We built strong bonds, navigating life in the U.S. while maintaining deep connections to our culture. Through this group, I found strength, support, and the opportunity to learn about different cultures and had enough attention on the increased fear, isolation, and psychological tolls these policies will take on communities. If I hadn't had those friends who shared my background, I honestly don't know how I would have coped or what I would have felt. In recent years, there has been an influx of immigrants and asylum seekers to Washington, and I can only imagine how many of our community members have worked tirelessly to build a sense of belonging. That sense of belonging where people share a common understanding of hardship, strength, and resilience. This is priceless. It's where we find support,
Oh, you want to cry
and the
with her.
collective power to push forward.
Everybody, I'll be back.
That is what
You
makes
guys
our
start
community so
crying while
strong
I'm
and
gone.
irreplaceable. I stand here today to send a clear message to all. No matter what race, immigrant status, or city we live in, we all deserve to be free from fear. We will not stand by while the Trump administration tries to strip away our constitutional rights. We will fight for birthright citizenship, for our communities, and for the future where everyone is truly equal. Thank you.
Let's give it up for the Washington bus leader. Thank you, Gloria, for sharing your story, for being here in community with us, and for really putting a face and a story to all of the politics. Acknowledge our powerful Congresswoman, Pramila Jayapal, who founded One America and who has been and continues to be a courageous leader of immigrant justice in Congress. Congresswoman Jayapal would have been here with us today, but she lost her father and is in India with her family. Our thoughts are all with her. And we are so fortunate to have another champion as part of our Washington State delegation. Please, let's give a warm welcome to our new Congresswoman, U.S. Representative Emily Randall.
Gracias por invitarnos aquí. I'm Emily Randall, and I am the newly elected Congresswoman for the 6th District across the water on the Olympic Peninsula. And it is incredible to be here and stand in community today, to be with colleagues and friends and neighbors in this Washington who know and recognize that we stand for welcoming communities.
That's right.
I didn't come from an immigrant family, but only because generations of my grandmothers grew up in New Mexico and lived there while the border moved across them. We come from this land, and my grandparents chose to move my dad and his family to Washington from Utah in order to find a more welcoming community to raise them in, to find economic opportunity, to work hard for their neighbors. And those values that they instilled in me are values that are in our immigrant community, that strengthen our neighborhoods, that ensure that our economy works better for all of us. And we recognize that here in this Washington, which is why we have passed policy that invest in education opportunities for all students, regardless of documentation status. It's why we've expanded Apple Health to ensure that everyone has the health care that they need when they need it. It's why we've worked hard to make sure that housing is more affordable for all of us, and that the folks who are building our homes are protected, and that they have access to a safety net too. That's right. In the other Washington, we have seen already has tried to pit our communities against one another, tried to argue that mass deportations of immigrants will make our communities safer. Meanwhile, Trump has signed pardons for the folks who perpetrated a violent overthrow of our government. Targeting immigrants doesn't make our communities safer. What it does is spread fear throughout our communities, so that folks are afraid to go to work, afraid to send their kids to school, afraid to call the police when something happens in their neighborhood. We have to fight back against this fear. We have to do everything we can to ensure that everyone in our community is protected and safe and can build the future that they dream of. We have a big fight ahead of us in Washington, D.C., and I'm proud to stand strong with the Congressional Hispanic Caucus and the Democratic Party to fight for all of our neighbors. But I am counting on all of you here in this Washington to continue ensuring that our policies reflect our values, to continue protecting our neighbors, and to fight together for a future that's better for all of us. Gracias.
Another big thank you to Congresswoman Randall. Yes. We will be there, and we are also counting on you to stand up against anti-immigrant legislation. Right. Now, I would like to introduce One America leader, Daniel Vingo, who will share how the executive orders limiting asylum affects him and his community directly. Daniel.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. My name is Daniel Vingo. I'm from Cabinda. It's Africa, part of Angola that's fighting for its own independence. And me and a lot of young in my country, Cabinda, we believe that Cabinda is not born at that time, but my dad was always telling me about the story about our land. And when I grew up, I started thinking different, that Cabinda is not Angola. In sense, when you think like that, you have a lot of retaliation from Angolan government. And I've been persecuted a lot of time, been arrested, tortured, and that's the cause that's make me leave my country, because no one wants to leave countries, and I miss my family, all of that. And this week has been so very hard week for us. And when I started come to USA, I came here to Washington, and for real, I found a good place here in Washington. And I was in Riverton Park, United Methodist Church in Capoeira. I want to thank Pastor James for opening the door. I want to thank Pastor James for opening the door for your church for us, the asylum seekers, to be in there. So I found a peace, I found protection over there, and I make a good friends. So after come here, apply for asylum seeker, apply for asylum, and it took me 150 days to get my work permit. After I got my work permit last July, and I started working. I was very happy. I was like, I'm at school, I'm studying at Seattle Central College, and everything is going pretty good to me. But things changed when the election happened and the result was that we were seeing, and that's very hard for us, the asylum seekers. So Since last week, we are afraid. We are not going out. Since last week, I can see people from my community calling me, hey, what's going on? I can go to school, I can go to the hospital, I can go to public transportation. Stand with us for the asylum seekers, for the immigrant and documented. Thank you for being here. And I have this question, especially for 61 million that the budget that have to be applied for supporting asylum seekers. That amount is very important because we must keep investing in education, we must keep investing in housing, we must keep investing in healthcare for asylum seekers and immigrants. So thank you for terms of being here.
Daniel, thank you so much for sharing your story and reminding us deep and also the important. And now I'm so honored to have the opportunity to introduce City of Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell. Yes, Mayor Harrell is here to share some of the important steps the city has taken to protect immigrants during this time. Let's welcome him.
Thank you, Representative. For the record, additional work, one of the first things I try to do is see, do I have a good team? Yes. Can I be part of a good team? I don't have to lead it. I don't have to follow it. I just want to be part of a good team.
Yes. Yes.
We have a winning team here.
Yes.
Make that clear. Congresswoman Randall, Emily said I could call her Emily, so I'm going to call Emily. The governor, many hundred people were foreign born, and we had this kind of conversation. And I said, my message is very simple. We love you.
Thank you.
We love you. And all of our work, all of our tenacity, all of our teamwork will be centered around that value. So specifically, I want to talk about the city of Seattle. When the council, when I was a member of the council, we created the city's Office of Immigrant and Refugee leader to lead this effort. And One America leader. Let's look at the statistics a little bit. Over 140,000 Seattle residents are foreign born. More than 50,000 immigrant entrepreneurs call the Seattle metropolitan area home. In 2019 alone, immigrant spending power in this region reached an astonishing $31 billion. We are part of this community, and make no mistake about that, the data is very clear.
Yes.
Immigrants are part of Seattle's backbone, embodying resilience and innovation and frontline workers and leaders in tech and entrepreneurship and small businesses. This is what makes Seattle thrive. And when I talk about One Seattle, and no, I didn't copy the name One America, but One America embodies what we're trying to do right here in Seattle. So from our federal partners, Emily, to our state partners, to our county partners, and to our local partners, and to our community-based organizations, to you. Now, why did you all move to children? I get fired up when I see children when I give a speech. There was one here that they even moved it because that's what we're fighting for.
That's right.
We're fighting for this next generation. So this is a wake-up call here in America. When we see these federal government's policies play out in real time, and we have to understand the fear, the insecurity that this causes amongst everybody. And I don't know about you, but when I'm afraid of something, that's when I hit my knees. And I look at my left and my right. I look in front of me and back of me. And I hold hands. Sometimes I cry. But when all that's over, I know I have a winning team. And so if there's one takeaway from this beautiful effort, and I want to thank members of the press for telling this story.
Yes.
Because we're going to need you to tell our story here in Washington.
Yes.
That we are having meetings with the organizational groups. I think many of you have read about the order that we put out on the City of Seattle directing all of our department heads to be ready, to be prepared. To some extent, we have to be reactionary. To some extent, we have to be proactive. It's just like the fires that happened down in the Los Angeles area. As mayor, we are preparing. Yes. Why? Because we have this team. So my departments, led under this fine young lady's leadership, and other members of my executive team, Greg Wong is here, Deputy Mayor. You have our commitment. It is as simple as that. You have our commitment. And the next time I address a crowd like this, y'all better have some children on the floor too. Because at the end of the day, we are fighting for the next generation. Thank you very much. My second act is, no, just kidding.
Thank you.
Staying logged
Thank you
in.
again.
All right,
Thank
Bill.
you for your leadership. Thank you for reminding us of the importance of this moment and also what we're fighting for. So our kids don't have to stand here and fight to defend, but can fight for what we actually need to thrive. Thank you so much.
Hold up, we're having a commercial break.
Substitute teacher at Fort Worth ISD is under investigation after posting a controversial message on social media, flagging the feds, asserting that students at one high school may be in the country illegally because many don't, quote, speak English. The news comes as two separate pro-immigrant rallies were held both in Fort Worth and Dallas. Fox 4's Amelia Jones joins us live tonight with the latest. Hey, Amelia.
Casey, in addition to investigating the post that came from a substitute teacher, Fort Worth ISD sent a letter reassuring parents that schools are a safe environment. It's not just Fort Worth ISD, though. Concern and worry are spreading across North Texas, and parents are wondering if it's safe to send their children to school.
No, it's not.
Undocumented
Send them
families
back to
across the
Mexico.
country are feeling fear and worry after the Trump administration announced it would allow agencies to make immigration arrests at schools, churches, and hospitals, ending a policy that had been in place since 2011.
I think children are worried. I think their parents are very worried. I think people wonder what is the next thing.
Bob Sanborn is the president and CEO of the nonprofit organization Children at Risk. He says regardless of immigration status, children's education is protected by law.
The Supreme Court has said that every child has an opportunity for an education, whether they're documented or undocumented. They have the ability to go to school in the United States.
This weekend, Fort Worth ISD says a substitute teacher commented on an X post calling for ICE to raid Northside High School. It says in part, quote, "I have so many students who don't even speak English. They have to communicate through their iPhone translator with me. The government should overhaul the Texas school system." Fort Worth ISD says the district is investigating the post, and per district protocol, the employee is not allowed on campus during the investigation.
And so when you start saying, come raid our school, you're talking about the majority of children in our schools in Texas are Latino. And so you just can't make assumptions.
In a letter to parents and staff, Fort Worth ISD Interim Superintendent Karen Molinar tried to ease concerns by sharing that the district does not ask students or families about immigration status, and student privacy is protected by law. Protests in Fort Worth on Sunday called for the protection of children in North Texas schools. A third-grade teacher in Fort Worth ISD says her students are afraid to come to class.
Yes, just on Friday, 3 of my parents said that they were not sending their kids to school anymore because they're afraid.
A fear Jeanette Martinez says an 8-year-old shouldn't have.
They don't know. They don't know all this is evil, and they're just trying to get an education. Children should not be afraid. They should not.
Sanborn agrees the kids
You
should
put
stay out
them
of
in
it.
this situation,
Yes, let's
lady.
solve immigration, but let's not
Not our
really worry
fault.
kids any more than they need to be worried.
They act like we're doing this to their kids. They didn't put their kids in this situation by not teaching them that they need to learn English or whatever. Like, maybe if your kid knew English, it wouldn't be such a strain on our educational system, and the teacher wouldn't have said anything.
In our conversation, Sanborn says people are more worried for President Trump's second term as action is happening right out of the gate. President Trump's first term had a more gradual build-up to immigration reform.
Back to these idiots.
And now I would like to introduce Dora Poke.
This will be either a white woman or a person of another ethnicity.
Powerful SCIU
Has to be.
775 member
They
and
can't
America
have
leader.
more than one white person
Will share her
on
story.
stage.
The immigrant rights
Unless it's
movement
a
and
woman.
labor have had a long history of solidarity, which is now more important than ever. So let's welcome Dora to tell us a little bit about
Let's
how
see.
we'll work together.
What are we getting? What are we getting? Nope. It's a brown woman.
Hi, everyone. I'm not going to cry. It's so close to home. But my name's Dora Poki. I use she, her pronouns.
Gives a shit, lady.
In-home care worker.
Like a man, though.
My parents came to America to work the fields of Texas from Mexico. And once they became citizens, they set up roots, including having me. While I was born in Texas, I've lived in Tacoma, Washington for 30 years. I've raised my own children here. I have nieces, nephews, and I have grandchildren here.
That doesn't mean shit.
And then-
oh, and she gets a woo out of that. Okay. Let me get this straight. So all I gotta do is go to another country, anywhere else in the world, and just do a bunch of shit there. And now I'm a citizen. Now you gotta let me stay here. It doesn't work like that anywhere else. Why do they expect it to work like? It doesn't work like that in Mexico.
When the Trump administration announced his attacks on our communities, it caused my anxieties to rise. I became
Good.
afraid for all my family in Washington.
Good.
You see, my husband
Best thing
is
you
born
can
in
hear.
Mexico
Uh-oh.
and is not documented.
Oh my goodness.
I worry that one day he'll go to work and not come back.
Well, there you go. That's what you
He
get.
works. He's contributing to the...
Maybe you shouldn't have married an undocumented person. Does that make a sense? How are you even married? How does that work? Are you legally married? Can you claim him on your taxes? What's really going on here?
our economy and community. He's an abiding citizen. We pay taxes. We want that American dream.
That's right.
That word.
And when I will not live in fear.
Yes.
I will not
I don't know,
hide
dude.
and stay quiet
I don't get it.
while the
I
Trump
don't believe
administration
that they pay income tax.
and so many others. I know Washington. I know here in Washington, our immigrant families are going to be protected. So what are we going to do? We are going to get prepared. Let's know our rights. We need to organize, and it will take all of us to fight back against these attacks in our communities.
That's right, Nora.
Immigrants are the labor movement.
Right. Yes.
Without us, what will happen to America?
Yes.
We are the cooks, construction workers,
Yes.
the caregivers,
Yes.
nurses,
That's right.
farm workers,
Yes.
and so much more. We are everywhere.
Yes.
When I am making dinner, I know there were hardworking immigrants' hands that help pick that vegetable, that lettuce that I was eating, that we're eating. America is eating from the hands that the Trump administration hates.
Yes.
We are the backbone of America and Washington. A thriving Washington includes all of us.
We don't need illegal immigrants here to work the fields. We can have migrant workers that migrate back to Mexico when the fields aren't producing anything. Or they migrate to the other side of the country. We used to have that, lady. Like, we don't need you like you think we need you. The same way as you. We don't need you living here, is what I mean.
No matter where we come from, the color of my skin or our skin.
You know what I'm saying? We don't need you living here, and we definitely don't need you voting in our elections due to you living here. That you have an allegiance to your country that you came from more than you do us. Usually. Often.
status.
That's right.
We fight together to win. No me venzo.
Gotta get them out of here so they don't get the electoral votes due to their congressional districts being larger.
Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. Thank you so much, Dora. And you are so right that together
Are we gonna white mail now?
and we can win.
It's white mail time. It's gotta be.
Thank you so much for sharing
It's gotta
your
be.
story.
We've had like one white mail all morning.
And now I'd like to introduce this district's King County Council member, Gurmai Zahilai.
With the last name like that, it's gotta be a white dude, right?
Gurmai's here to share
Zamahala?
with us about how the County Council will defend attacks against our immigrant and refugee
Oh,
communities.
he's Muslim.
And ensure we're all included
That's
in our
perfect.
county safety net. Thank you, Gurmai. Thank you.
Last name like that, you gotta be Muslim.
Thank you so
right?
much, Roxana. This is such a beautiful and
Holy
inspiring event.
shit.
I leaned over
Washington
to Graciela earlier
is
and I said, oh my
done.
goodness, it feels like love.
They're
in
cooked,
here.
dude.
It feels
How did
so
this
good in
happen?
here. My name is Gurmai Zahilai. I'm the chair of the King County Council, and I'm so
Zahilai.
honored to stand here with all of you amazing people protecting our immigrants, refugees, and asylum seekers who call Washington State home. This fight is personal for me. When I was 3 years old, my family fled persecution as refugees and settled down in South Seattle. All of those things that we needed to rebuild
didn't
our
say
lives.
from where, though?
And this is not a unique story. It's the story of so many people who are in this room right now. It's not about the uniqueness. It's about one simple message. When the federal government fails to reflect our values, it's that important for state and local governments to step up. It's that important. Under the Trump administration's recent actions and rhetoric, too many Washingtonians are living in fear, living in terror, actually. Threats of mass deportations, ICE raids, attacks on our constitutional rights, cuts to funding for immigrant communities. Those don't just harm the people who are targeted, they harm all of us. As chair of the King County Council, I'll work with incredible colleagues like Councilmember Jorge Baron, who is here. Like my team members, Graciela Nunez Pargas, who is here. To ensure our local government remains a shield against these harmful policies. We will uphold the law with just enforcement. We will fight for and expand funding for social safety nets. And we will work tirelessly to ensure that everyone, regardless of their background, has access to the opportunities that they need to succeed. This moment demands bold leadership and unwavering solidarity. I'm so proud that we live in Washington State, this beautiful corner of our country, with strong allies in our governor, our attorney general, our mayor, One America, El Centro, so many organizations. Together we can make sure our home is a beacon of hope and opportunity. Thank you so much, everyone.
Let's give it up for Councilmember Zahilai again. Thank you so much for your leadership and also for bringing so many of our electeds together. We all feel a little more hope today, don't we? And now we have just a couple more speakers left. I would like to introduce my comrade in the movement, Northwest Immigrant Rights Project Executive Director, Malu Chavez. Malu is here to share with us how NERP and the immigrant rights community more broadly is preparing to protect and defend the rights of immigrants in our state.
Hi everyone. I think that in hard times like the ones we're living, it's really amazing to be in community. So I thank you all for being here, and as mentioned, to the media for sharing our stories. At Northwest Immigrant Rights Project, we provide direct legal representation to community members across the state, free of cost. We advance and defend the rights of immigrants here in Washington State and across the country. And we also work on systems change, advocacy, and impact litigation. A guiding value of NERP and many of our partner organizations, many of us here today, is that no individual or community is more deserving of protection than any other. We all have the same access afforded, or we should have the same access afforded, the same opportunities to live free of fear, to work and drive safely in this country. That's right. As you heard from many of the stories we learned from today, our communities are counting on our Washington leadership to step up and protect us against attacks our communities are already facing. It's been a long week of attacks and announcements eroding protections for members of our communities, the immigrant communities that I represent and my colleagues on NERB represent. I want to thank Governor Ferguson for the executive order to protect families and children from separation. I want to thank Attorney General Brown and his team for challenging the President's executive order to end birthright citizenship. Last Friday, Northwest Immigrant Rights Project also filed a related lawsuit from members of our communities, 3 of them impacted women. And part of that is because the federal government's already challenging standing, and we know that the work that we do with direct legal services is important. We've seen that Congress has voted for harmful legislation that, like the Lake and Riley Act, awaiting the President's signature. This is a bill that dangerously criminalizes immigrant communities and orders mandatory immigration detention. Detention without access to bond or a bail hearing, and with no mechanism to release individuals for deportation. Right. Essentially ending access to fundamental due process. We're experiencing a federal administration that chooses to exercise its enforcement discretion inhumanely, an administration that's taking all steps necessary to go after our clients, friends, neighbors, and loved ones. The expansion of expedited removal to the statutory maximum. But we know that what remains important is that we continue to stay strong against these attacks and protect our communities. That we remember to exercise our constitutional rights, and that we don't fall for divisive rhetoric about who or what community is deserving of protection. We must defend all members of our immigrant communities. In Washington State, we have one of the strongest laws, Keep Washington Working, which ensures that state and local resources are focused on state and local needs, and that we don't allow the federal government to use our resources to do their job. It makes our communities safer because it makes the lines of responsibility clear. That's right. Washington State does not have a responsibility to enforce. And in Washington State, we have strong partnerships. We have one of the largest immigrant rights networks, the Washington Immigrant Solidarity Network, a rapid response network that helps mobilize us into action. And we have dedicated state, local, county funding to provide legal immigration services to community members facing deportation or at risk of deportation. I want to invite you all to join us in advocating this legislative session to continue this funding for services to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Malu. Thank you so
Did
much
you
for
hear
your
that? Hold
leadership
up.
for
Wait.
the role of the Northwest Immigrant Rights Project in standing up and defending.
So the state is funding the legal fees for these people. So maybe since the state is making it harder on the federal government, maybe the federal government should make it harder on the state. What the fuck is their problem? Trump knows about that.
Immigrants during this time, and to all of the organizations in our community who have fought to develop infrastructure. Many of you may know we have a deportation hotline. There are a lot of rumors flying about in neighborhoods and in communities. If you suspect an ICE presence, please call the hotline at 1-844-724-3730. It's very important. We have a team, Wyson has a team of trained folks that will go out and will verify and can document the interactions. This is very important. So thank you again to Malu for your leadership, and to all of our elected officials who are here today. Many of them are families that are taking that experience into their roles and into their jobs and helping to build more justice for all of us. Thank you. final speaker, I would like to introduce a longtime One America leader who will share how the Trump administration's agenda is affecting her family and community. And I will also welcome one of our Just want to say for the media, we are intentionally not using her name. Please recognize her as a One America leader, and really this demonstrates the level of fear right now in even sharing basic information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenos días a todos.
Buenos días.
Yo vivo aquí en Seattle y soy líder de One America. Yo soy inmigrante y vine a los Estados Unidos en el 2005 para apoyar a mis padres. Fue una decisión muy difícil porque yo me fui sin saber si los iba a volver a ver. Desafortunadamente perdí a mi madre y no pude estar con ella en los últimos momentos. Estos son los tipos de decisiones que enfrentamos todos como hoy, cómo vamos a ganar, cómo voy a ganar dinero para asegurar que mi familia tenga lo que necesita para vivir una vida próspera. Yo hice mi hogar aquí en Washington, buscando mejores oportunidades para mi familia. Tuve mis 3 hijos con mi esposo y somos miembros muy activos de nuestra comunidad. En estos 19 años hemos tenido subidas y bajadas.
You need to cry harder.
No es fácil pasar del impacto
Fake ass
del
crying
COVID
ass shit right
que
there.
COVID tuvo en todas nuestras vidas, enfrentar los ataques que están pasando ahora por este nuevo presidente. Mi hermana está apelando su asilo y ha sido un proceso largo, duro, y ahora el proceso
It's the person with the laptop there for us.
Intentando
That's our handler.
quitarle los derechos a quienes buscamos
stays on.
seguridad para nuestras familias. Esto no es justo. Yo también soy voluntaria, refugiado y inmigrantes están sujetos a redadas y desafortunadas de deportaciones. El clima escolar.
He's actually given a recipe for some damn good tamales right now. If you all aren't writing it down, you damn sure should be.
Ante las
Because they're fire.
crecientes amenazas a nuestras familias.
The masa? Okay.
A mediados de diciembre, un padre de una niña de 4 años preguntó directamente, ¿crees que se llevarán a mi pequeña? No sabía qué decirle, tenía miedo por los dos. Ahora como este presidente ha eliminado de espacios seguros como la escuela, nosotros estamos hablando de todo eso, de qué pasa si hay los mismos averías poderosos a nuestro podemos.
Hello, good morning. I live here in Seattle. I'm a leader with One America. I am an immigrant, and I came to the United States in 2005 because I needed to support my parents.
They were back in your home country?
Because I left without knowing if I will see them again.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
Dude.
I lost my mom. She passed away.
You know what I'm saying? She came here so that she could send money back home. You're not fleeing your fucking country. You know what I'm saying? So I don't feel sorry for that. You're just going to export our money into your country. Does that help our economy?
And I couldn't be there in her last moments. These are the kinds of decisions we all face. How will I make money to ensure my family has what they need to live a thriving life?
Hopefully you won't, and you'll go back to Mexico.
I made my home
Wherever.
here in Washington, looking for better opportunities for my family. I have my 3 children with my husband, and we are very active members for our community. In these 19 years, we have had ups and downs.
Oh, you look really active.
It's not easy to go from the impact that COVID had on all our lives, and now to face the attacks that are happening now by this president. My sister and brother have been appealing their asylum, and it's been a long and challenging process. Now, our president is trying to take away the rights of those seeking safety for their families. This is not fair.
Because she's speaking for the Lord ass next to her right now.
I also volunteer at my
You didn't know.
children's school. Ever since it became known that our refugee and immigrant communities are subject rapes and deportations, the school climate has been one of anxiety and fear. School staff are concerned and feel powerless in the face of the growing threats to our families. In mid-December, a father of a 4-year-old girl asked me directly, "Do you think they will take my little girl?" I didn't know what to say. I was afraid for both of them. Now, as this president has removed legal protections from safe spaces like schools, we are talking about all that. What happens if ICE enters the building, even though we are not supposed to let them in? We all use legal mechanisms to protect our children and families. How do we stand between children and ICE? It sounds crazy, but that's how it feels. Our children should not have to go through the trauma of being afraid to go to school because of the possibility of their families being separated.
That's too bad. Isn't it?
But for them, for my children, and for all families like mine, I am here. I am a leader with One America and within my community because I will not be afraid. That's right. I know that I and all immigrants are powerful if we all together lift up our voices. I know we can overcome any attack on our communities. Finally, I want to ask or tell each person in our government to put their hands on their hearts, support us, and stand with us, and to fight to defend, advocate for, and protect the rights of the immigrants they represent. Thank you so much.
Here to stay. Here to stay.
Kick them out.
Here
Kick them out.
Here
Kick them
to
out.
stay. Here to stay.
Gotta go home.
Thank you so much to our incredible One America leader for being so courageous.
And there's going to be another minority coming up next year. A minority female, of course.
So much courage, but it's so important.
All the
that we
minority
know this
females
fight
trying
is
to
not
tear a
just
fucking
about
country
policies and
apart.
politicians, but about
They all fought for it.
That's right. And I want to take a moment, thank you for reminding us about the fears of
By
deportation.
selling
And I want to
tamales.
say the hotline number one more time to make sure it's correct. If you have seen any ICE activity, know someone who is being held or anything regarding deportations, please call our deportation hotline at 1-844-724-3737. That can also be found on the Washington Immigrant Solidarity Network's website. Thank you again.
Wow, that's sweet.
Critical time. While we have so much in front of us, all of us together here today, from our elected officials to our community partners to labor, faith, and mostly all of us as immigrants and allies here in this room is a testament to our strength and ability to not only stand up and defend, but ensure a brighter future with a true multiracial democracy for the next generation. So I'd like to end with powerful words from Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. When our days become dreary with low hovering clouds of despair, when our nights become darker than 1,000 midnights, let us remember that a creative force in this universe, working to pull down the gigantic mountains of evil, power that is able to make a way out of no way,
It's beautiful.
and transform dark yesterdays into bright tomorrows. Let us realize the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Thank you for being here. Thank you to our ancestors who have paved the way for us to fight, and we will continue to fight for the future generation. Thank you again.
We're here. We are strong. This is our home. That's the only English words I know.
For members of the press, speakers will be available for interviews, questions, any follow-ups. Thank you again for being here.
They're like, did I say that right? That was my first time speaking English. How'd I do?
NBC4's Brittany Hope has breaking new details. Brittany.
Hi, Annabelle. Good morning. So this gas station is right on the corner of Altadena and New York in Pasadena. I talked to the manager and the general manager. They tell me they wanted to release this video because they want to help their community get answers. Now, the video was captured on January 7th on the gas station surveillance cameras that face north. So we're going to pan our camera to show you the area that those cameras captured. It faces north toward the hillside in the mountains where you can see there is a lot of power infrastructure. All right, let's get to the video. It begins showing how powerful the gusts were that night. Trees and bushes are blowing in the wind. Then Edelson PC, who is in court right now asking for the physical evidence to be preserved, says you can see electrical arcs and sparking on the hillside above Altadena. And then sparks allegedly falling to the ground. About 10 minutes later in that video, the entire hillside is engulfed in flames. Since before this new video was released, SoCal Edison has insisted in court that Pasadena also owns high voltage lines around the area where the fire started. Edelson PC is asking a judge right now to make sure SoCal Edison has to preserve the physical evidence in this growing case. Now, back out here live, we did reach out to SoCal Edison about this new filing today and the new video, but we have not yet heard back. That court hearing, it just began moments ago. NBC4 Investigates Eric Leonard is inside the courtroom. We'll have the very latest coming up on the NBC4 News at 3. Reporting live in Pasadena, Brittany Hope, NBC4 News.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to President Trump's crackdown on immigration. The White House says Colombia has agreed to begin accepting flights of deported migrants to land in Colombia after a dramatic standoff between the U.S. and Colombia unfolded on Sunday, with the Colombian President Gustavo Petro turning back 2 U.S. military planes that were carrying deported migrants in shackles, saying immigrants should be treated with dignity. President Trump then imposed new tariffs and sanctions on Colombia, 25% tariffs that he said would go up to 50%. Petro responded with retaliatory tariffs on U.S. imports, but within hours, the White House announced a deal had been reached. The standoff with Colombia comes as the Trump administration announces nearly 1,000 people were arrested Sunday as federal agencies carried out immigration raids in Chicago, in Newark, and in other cities. Local communities are pushing back. This comes as the Pentagon sending 1,500 active duty troops to the U.S.-Mexico border, including 500 Marines, where they'll join thousands of National Guard and Reserve forces already deployed there. For more, we're going to Mexico City, where we're joined by Fernando Garcia, founder and executive director of the El Paso, Texas-based Border Network for Human Rights. Fernando, welcome back to Democracy Now! There are so many developments around migration. Talk about the increased militarization on the border for beginning.
Hi, Amy. Thanks for having me again. Well, we see it again. I mean, this is not the first time that we had seen the deployment of the military, the U.S. military to the border specifically. We had seen it multiple times, but this time it seems that it's a little bit different. And however, we're very, very concerned. We don't know what is going to be the scale and the magnitude of the deployment. As you mentioned, we have at least now 1,500 active duty soldiers being deployed specifically in El Paso, where they're going to be trained at the Fort Bliss military base. Then maybe they're going to be deployed in other parts of the border. But it's very problematic in many ways. As you know, we had incidents in the past where the military has been deployed and they had engaged with civilians, both at in the Mexican
What incident
side
was
of
a
the border,
bad
but also
incident?
on the U.S. side of the border. We had the incidents in 1997 in Redford, Texas, where the Joint Task Force 6 Marine unit killed a U.S. citizen, Ezequiel Hernandez. So that is part of the context what we're seeing right now in this deployment on the Trump administration.
And you're in Mexico City. We usually talk to you in El Paso. Mexico refused to accept a U.S. deportation flight like Colombia. But then the White House press secretary, Trump's press secretary, tweeted that they then accepted 4 deportation flights. Can you talk about what's happening in Mexico right now and what President Trump's re-establishing the Remain in Mexico edict for migrants trying to cross into the United States?
You know, listen, it is quite unclear what Mexico specifically is going to do. What we know is what the Trump administration is doing. They're trying to implement 2 different processes towards Mexico. The first one is these return flights. That we don't know if these are only Mexicans. Obviously, Mexico had said in the past that they're just going to accept Mexican nationals coming back or being returned and deported. But also the other part of the program is what is called Remain in Mexico. That means even other nationalities, not only Mexicans, would be sent back to border cities such as Ciudad Juarez, close to El Paso, or Tijuana in California. So that is the 2 different programs that are actually being implemented in Mexico. Mexico had said it many times already that they are only going to accept Mexican nationals, and they are not necessarily going to accept the deportation to Mexico of other nationalities. However, that is to be seen.
Why do they keep accepting them through their southern border, though? They'll accept them through their southern border, but not their northern border.
Have seen already, the United States is putting a lot of pressure in terms of economic terms, tariffs on Colombia and Mexico to accept these new programs that actually failed dramatically in the first administration of Trump, where we have refugee camps along the U.S.-Mexico border with no essential services, no legal support, no food, no water for many of the people that is being deported to those border cities.
Before we go, Fernando, there is a lot of reporting on the shock of migrants across the United States and the terrible fear communities are facing. But there's also a lot of pushback and organizing. If you can talk about what's happening with community forums, workshops, Know Your Rights programs, from Eagle Pass to areas in El Paso and others, how you're pushing back.
So we just launched what is called the Community Education Program on constitutional rights. I mean, this is something that we have been doing for many, many years, both at the U.S.-Mexico border, but also in the interior of the United States, where we're teaching people about the rights under the Constitution. And I think this is specifically important today because the people right now is having anxiety and fear not only of detention, deportation, but also of family separation. What we are trying to do with this program is to give people the tools to how to deal with situations where they are confronted with law enforcement, especially with immigration raids in their homes, in the streets, in their workplaces. And we're just reminding people essentially that the Constitution of the United States still exists, that under the Fourth Amendment, for example, of the Constitution, they only can allow somebody into their property or house or workplace only with a search warrant or the permission of the owner. Or, for example, if they are confronted and being asked questions by law enforcement, that they have the right to remain silent, and is guaranteed by the Fifth Amendment of the United States. Like those key elements, that's what we're trying to actually tell people, educate them, and organize them around that concept of constitutional rights.
Fernando Garcia, we want to thank you for being with us. We're going to be checking back with you frequently. Founder and executive director of the El Paso, Texas-based Border Network for Human Rights, speaking to us today from Mexico City. We look now at the impact of an executive order President Trump signed on his first day in office that paused the U.S. refugee admissions program in order to see if it, quote, aligns with the interests of the U.S. and should be resumed. Trump's order led to the cancellation of flights for thousands of refugees already approved to come to the U.S., including children and families fleeing war, violence, and persecution. This comes after some 100,000 refugees were settled in the U.S. last year under the program. The order was condemned by the largest refugee resettlement agency in the world, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops. Vice President J.D. Vance, who is a practicing Catholic, responded Sunday on Face the Nation.
And I think that the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops needs to actually look in the mirror a little bit and recognize that when they receive over $100 million to help resettle illegal immigrants, are they worried about humanitarian concerns, or are they actually worried about their bottom line?
The Conference of Catholic Bishops clarified in statement every person resettled through the refugee admissions program is vetted and approved by the U.S. government, and added government funds do not cover the full cost of the services the agency provides. For more, we're going to Baltimore, Maryland, to speak with Krish O'Mara Vinyaraja, president of Global Refuge, formerly known as Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Service. Global Refuge is one of the agencies that received a stop work order on Friday from the Trump administration. Krish, thanks so much for joining us. If you can explain, who are the thousands of refugees all approved to come here, many fleeing persecution in their own countries, but their flights canceled, and then groups like yours, what this means that you've got a stop work order?
I appreciate that question, because I do think there's a lot of confusion and conflation around this issue, and I think people are throwing around the word illegal unfairly. So refugee resettlement is a system through which individuals, families, cross an international border. They apply through the United Nations or the U.S. Embassy. They wait literally years to go through extreme vetting, so CIA, FBI, Department of Homeland Security, Interpol, in order to go through these background checks, health clearances. Only when they have cleared those hurdles are they admitted to the United States. These are the select few, in that 1% of refugees are ever resettled in their lifetime. And that's the reason why this is the gold standard of legal immigration pathways into the U.S. That is why this program has always had bipartisan support. President Reagan resettled 600,000 refugees during his time in office. And so, you know, for us as the second largest network in the country, it is heartbreaking, because we have 6,000 families, children, who did everything we asked them to do. They came to the U.S., they are here, and now we fear that they are stranded, because in terms of keeping a roof over their heads, making sure that their children have access to public schools, making sure that they have even access to food. It is a public-private partnership. No one is making money off of this. We work with community groups, churches, in order to support these families, but we fear what the future holds, because even for our Afghan allies who worked alongside our military, we don't know how we're going to help them come today and tomorrow, this week, next month.
So explain for the Afghan allies, I mean, for the people coming from Afghanistan, these were the ones who risked their lives helping U.S. troops, saving U.S. soldiers' lives in Afghanistan?
Yeah, so we made a promise to them. We said, look, if you were going to face Taliban retribution, death threats, because you are risking your life, your family's life, by working alongside our military, the U.S. Embassy, to advance our mission, our promise to you is that we will not leave you in harm's way. It is why national security champions are such vocal advocates of the refugee resettlement and the special immigrant visa program, because it's obviously not just the right thing to do to keep our promise to these individuals, but it's the smart thing to do, because the only way we wage a 21st century war is if we have the local support. And so for these Afghan allies, their ability to successfully integrate into our local communities, because they are here, is now in question. And for the allies who we left behind, who the lucky few are able to travel, it's also unclear what happens to them.
So talk about the pushback and how you're organizing. Where are the hubs of refugees who are already living in this country, who groups like yours support, coming from other places?
That's the beauty of this program, is they're not concentrated in one location. They're not in, some democratic city alone. There's a complex algorithm that we work with the State Department. We take into account if they have U.S. family ties. We take into account job market, affordable housing, where there might be a concentration. We work with state refugee coordinators. Candidly, every single concern that was flagged in the executive order is addressed by a program that was designed and fine-tuned over 4 decades to address those concerns. And so they are in the reddest of red states, the bluest of blue states. Local communities work with us and welcome these families because they know that this is such an incredibly powerful program that just reflects the spirit of American generosity.
So, as you've said, this has gotten bipartisan support for years. What's changed?
I wish I knew. I mean, I expected during the election season that we would have some, hateful rhetoric, that we might hear, kind of misstatements. But I expected that in terms of in governing and executing these programs, that there would be a really close look at those programs that are advancing U.S. interests and those that may not. I hope that it's just a matter of taking the time in the transition period to just have a quick understanding of what these programs are. Secretary Rubio obviously has the experience of having come from the Senate, knowing fully well what refugee resettlement is. And so we are hopeful that as people understand the ramifications of not just the executive order, but the work order, that this will be reversed in short order. But I pray that this program does not get caught up in politics.
And how is Global Refuge, your organization, going to operate now?
So we've done this work for 85 years. Our refugee resettlement program began when Lutheran pastors, professors fled Nazi Germany, and it has always been done successfully in partnership with community organizations. And so that is our plea right now, which is, if you're interested in volunteering, if you're interested in helping this cause, go to globalrefuge.org. But we're going to have to be crafty in terms of making sure that these families are supported, and making sure that the U.S. keeps its promise to Afghan allies, and making sure that a program that has been really perfected over 4 decades, that we don't accidentally dismantle it.
Krishamara Vinyaraja, we want to thank you for being with us, President of Global Refuge, speaking to us from Baltimore.
2 U.S. deportation flights have just landed in Guatemala as part of President Trump's ongoing immigration crackdown. CNN's senior national correspondent David Culver joins us now from Guatemala City. So, David, what do we know about these flights?
Hey, Pam. Pamela, yeah, you're right. The one that just touched down, I'm going to be very careful.
Hopefully first class, they deserve it.
That we not show their faces. So sometimes you'll see the camera go down to our feet. But let me give you a sense of the process, because you saw them perhaps stepping onto the tarmac, and now they're at the space where you can see these folks in yellow vests who are registering these folks back into Guatemala. So for many of them, it's been years since they've lived here, and now they're trying to figure out the reintegration process. And we're just going to be careful with faces here too. But let me just show you over here. This is where they're walking up and getting any sort of necessities, some snacks, toiletries. They have everything from Crocs to T-shirts, shoelaces, because if you notice, many of them here, I'll show you this right down here, he doesn't have shoelaces on because that's part of the standard procedure for security to remove anything that could be used as a weapon or self-harm.
Why does he make that face as if it can't be used?
As
it was right. It was right.
That's part of the standard procedure for security to remove anything that could be used as.
He's looking like used as. He did that intentionally. You know what I'm saying? This is their view on. This is CNN's view on it. They don't think that a fucking shoelace. They think it's stupid that we take their shoelace from them. The look says everything. There's a reason why we do that, man. Like, do you want people to die?
A weapon or self-harm.
It was a split-second face he made.
Some other snacks. I see them putting their fingerprints down, and then a lot of them come over this way.
Oh, you're wrong, but
charging their phones.
they seem to be pro-immigrant.
Here, Jerry. And that's when they're
illegal
able to
immigrant.
Try to finally reconnect with relatives and loved ones who might come to this space to pick them up. Now, as they're being registered in by, you can see this is some of the organizations that are helping in trying to get them sorted and essentially processed back into Guatemala. They'll then come over to this porch and they've got some of their belongings here.
I can't lift my finger.
Guitar case.
Olives on it.
These are almost like potato sacks, Pamela, that have some of their belongings and stapled together, and then inside I've seen everything from Wawa wrappers to CVS receipts, so things that were just in their pockets that they emptied before boarding.
Olives are not for kitties.
Wow, and you also spoke to the vice president, right? Of Guatemala, what did she say?
So the vice president welcomed this group here. It's interesting because they leave the U.S. as criminals because they illegally entered, and so that's now why they're being deported back here to Guatemala. And the vice president made a point to say that obviously this is a complicated situation. She tried to redirect it mostly to the migrants and what their situation is, but I asked about relations between the U.S. and Guatemala, especially for what we saw in the past 24 hours.
Can you imagine what would be happening right now if it would have been Harris in office? She would have just been like, this would have been the border. These are the gates. Boom.
With Colombia, and she said, look, that's Colombia's situation. The U.S. and Guatemala have their own relationship, so she was trying to be very careful in how she navigated that. I also asked, as we kind of walk around here, I want to give you another sense of some of this. I also asked about what's different, essentially, between what happened the past 4 years under President Biden and what's changed since under President Trump. As far as the numbers and the capacity of folks who have been deported, that has not changed according to the vice president. That's still the same for what we saw under President Biden. In fact, in some cases, it's even gone down a little bit. What has changed, though, Pamela, is the use of military flights, and that began last Thursday here to Guatemala, and it's continuing with another military aircraft that will bring another round of deportees here to this airport in about 2 or 3 hours from now.
Yeah, I think that's really important context, that there hasn't been some big change other than, as you point out, the use of military flights. Again, we'll see how this plays out.
My next guest is an Illinois state senator representing the 1st District in Chicago. Javier Cervantes joins us now. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Lifting one of her paws up. I thought she was going to swat it.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for having me this morning.
So you hear our reporter there in Guatemala City saying that Guatemalan authorities say that actually the volume of deportation flights have not changed. The kind of flight, they're now military flights, have changed, but not the volume. I wonder, from your perspective, what's different in your view about how these raids are playing out?
Well, Jim, our communities are just, they're living in fear right now. I think that most people are being affected and are soft targets. Working class people, children. You just saw earlier today, they just knocked on this man's door and they just took him, and his family now is suffering and don't know what to do. So that's what's really happening here. It's a lot of fear going on in our communities. We just recently had a scare in one of our schools, in our Chicago public schools, where we thought that ICE had shown up. Tonight it was a secret agency, but people are just very scared right now.
Yeah. What should, in your view, be the response of city officials to this? Should they resist? Should they just stand back? Or should they be taking part?
Well, what we're trying to do our best is get the word out about the laws that we have in Illinois, the protection that we do, educate our communities, and try to be as helpful as we can to help these families out. So it's a lot of what we're doing. So right now we're trying to help people, and we're trying to make people understand what their rights are. I think that's where we really come in. It's really educating our communities.
There is concern that migrants who came in, let's talk about one, say, who came in or attempted to come in through legal asylum points of entry, asylum process, as that becomes harder, that they might then seek to come illegally. Is that a concern that you have? That in other words, the flows won't stop, but they'll just be redirected, in effect, to illegal entry?
Well, yes. I mean, people want that American dream.
Are these people fucking stupid or something? Okay, let me lay it out for you. Now that our immigration employees, our border patrol, are actually doing their job of patrolling the border and not processing people all day, well, guess what? These people can't get in because now our border patrol isn't being distracted by other shit. They can actually patrol the border. These people aren't going to get through, man. You know what I mean? We got drones too now. We got technology that is helping us patrol the border. Like, dude, good luck. It's still not going to be nearly as many as we're getting through.
My mother came into this country, undocumented once upon a time, and she could have come back to Mexico, but she decided that she wanted to stay here in this country even after my dad passed away.
Well, that was so nice of her.
Try to give me that American dream, and now I'm here now. So a lot of people want to come to this country, and unfortunately, with what's happening now, they're going to do what they can to try to live that American dream that we have here.
How do you believe the Democratic Party should be responding to this? There has been
don't deserve it.
Stories about a disagreement among lawmakers here, both in the Senate and the House side. We saw some Democratic senators, particularly from border states, vote yes on the Lake and Riley Act, and the response from the more progressive wing of the party was that this is you're going too far here. We need to have some sort of opposition strategy. What do you think Democratic lawmakers should be doing, short of saying we support illegal immigration, which I'm sure you don't support? What should the response be?
Well, what we need to do is we need to figure out a way to, like I stated, to protect our communities, but also figure out a way to make immigration a legal status in our country, because that's what we need to do. We need to get legal status here. We need to help people get their documentation so we don't have these issues as we have right now. And we've been missing the mark a lot. So I think that's something that we really need to focus on moving forward, is how do we fix our immigration policies here in the United States.
Who do you believe authorities will be targeting next? Do you look at this as kind of going in waves, going after what they describe as criminal migrants at this point? Who else do you expect them to be targeting?
Well, President Trump has a quota to give back to the folks that voted for him. So I think you're going to see a lot of soft targets, unfortunately, like I said earlier. I unfortunately see them looking at I-9 verification forms going into a lot of places of business where there's a lot of folks that may have document issues, but again, they're soft targets because you have to reach that quota, and you're not going to just get on quote unquote focusing on, convicted criminals. You're going to start looking at other folks. And again, that's where the fear is law-abiding people that live in our country that unfortunately are going to have to deal with this. So that's my biggest fear. And that's a lot of my colleagues in the Senate and the House here in Illinois, and our local officials are trying to figure out what's going to be our next target. And I think that's what's going to happen is that unfortunately soft targets are going to deal with this issue.
Well, Javier Cervantes, you're welcome to come back and discuss as we see this play out further. We do appreciate you taking the time today.
Hungry. No, don't smell that. That's for people only. People. It's made of people. Maricopa County Jail prepared for potential role in immigration enforcement. Maricopa, they're all down for the Trumper shit. You know what I'm saying? Maricopa.
Okay.
Maricopa. Cornucopia of Maricopa. Cornucopia. Maricopia's cornucopia.
Screeners, we have officers trained on how to use these machines, just like in the airport. And so everybody goes through this, and then we also they have any property, the line scan, like you see.
Yeah, very similar. So you can find all kinds of things on your body.
Yes, you can. Right.
Okay.
Under their clothes, that kind of thing.
Homie, dude.
Well, this is just the transition.
I wonder if they have those in prisons now, all in the country. Because that'll dramatically cut down on keystering of anything. Interesting. Are they unable to keister things in prison now? It all has to come in through someone else, like it was happening in Orange is the New Black. Come in through somebody. Truck. A shipment. A guard. No conjugal visit? No, they probably can't get them anything through conjugal visits anymore. If they have one of those machines that they can put them through after one, just scan their body. That's what an MRI sounds like. It does all kinds of weird shit like that. MRI is the most futuristic medical procedure I think I've ever had. I had a bunch of them too. The craziest one was a heart MRI. They had to put this thing around my chest, and the way it was able to work by it times the heart rate or so. I don't know, dude. It's amazing how it's able to take pictures while the heart's actively beating. Because there are tests. Oftentimes they'll tell you to hold your breath while they're doing them so that nothing's moving. The heart's always moving, so that thing has to it's seeing the rhythm of the heart, and then it's taking the pictures. I don't know. I started getting really claustrophobic during my heart MRI too. Because I don't know, man. I started feeling like it was affecting my heart somehow. Because all the energy was right there. I started feeling like my chest was getting warm. tripping me out a little bit.
Into the actual intake center. That's the search room. So they come in here, and as you can see, this is kind of a new concept where people come in instead of putting
Usually
in
have brain
individual
MRIs.
cells, they sit out here before as they get processed. This is an area here where the officers come in, the arresting officers come in, and actually do the booking process, the paperwork part of it, and then they go over here and they talk to medical staff.
So that
Right
everybody's
away.
checked out medically when they come?
Everybody is checked out medically, so they talk with correctional health staff. And
They check their peckers?
Nurse or is it medically trained personnel?
Yes, both.
Gotta make sure their peckers are all right.
And so they do that, and that takes a while.
Because
they do a
oftentimes they're
very
not willing to
thorough
tell you.
medical,
It's embarrassing.
Interview, and these two positions here are ICE, the federal agents that interview everyone that comes in.
In the
regardless
Navy,
of,
here's something that's weird about the Navy. The Navy used to be like this. They do urinalysis, right? To check for drugs. And the people that were always in charge of doing urinalysis, those are volunteers. In the military urinalysis, it wasn't like a job where you just go into the bathroom, come out with your cup. In the military, they straight staring at your penis while you're pissing. Because, I mean, you're already used to taking showers next to each other and all that shit. But what made it even weirder, though, even with tons of canteens of water, like needing to pee, actually, hurting in here, even with all that, in the back of my mind, I'm like, this dude volunteered for this shit, and he's staring at my dick right now. And he does that kind of gay already. You know what I mean? It made it harder to pee for me and others. I wasn't the only one that didn't like the shit. And get off me.
race, regardless of where they say they were born, everybody gets interviewed by ICE. And then ICE does what they do.
Do you expect this part of your jail to grow now with this new administration? You think 2 ICE agents is going to be enough?
Well, I guess we would have to ask them, but we don't know yet.
And this is interesting to me because this intake area, now if you're accused of a more serious crime, like say murder or something, do you still sit like this, or is it a different level of security?
They could. The only thing we do is we have isolation cells for somebody that's combative.
Oh, really? So this is different.
It is different. Yeah, this was after the Las Vegas model, and it worked real well in Las Vegas, so they decided to.
It does look like the Vegas show in there.
The flow is easier because if you remember the old intake, it was isolated, there were different cells, and so this makes things flow a little bit easier for the officers, and then they go in here when they're going to go back to the facility, right? For ID. For ID.
Got it. Good job.
Hey, calmer like this than it was?
Well, yeah, I think for the most part, it is.
Why is that?
Most part, I don't know. It's maybe human behavior. You know, they're sitting here and of course they know there's a lot of officers around too.
Good job.
I mean, this is more like a DMV almost than a jail.
Almost. You're right. You're right.
No, not to the DMV or the jail.
You try and treat people civilly and humanely, and most of them respond to that. There's some that don't. Obviously, you know, there's always people that are angry or on drugs and agitated and that kind of thing. But for the most part, people that come in here, they know they're here in jail, and they start to behave appropriately. It's the ink pad, and it takes a photograph of your fingerprints as you roll the prints, and you can do a palm print. And what's really nice about it is it'll let you know if the print is not clear enough,
And then
so you can redo
keep
it.
these, but you also send them to a database like the FBI?
Right.
Or?
Correct.
Yeah. No more ink.
No more ink. It's a lot nicer. You don't have ink all over your shirt at the end of your shift. You know, fentanyl and methamphetamine, it's very easy to conceal on your body. It might slip through the process, so you know they're doing this again.
And the dog will alert if it finds anything?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Now, I don't know how these dogs are trained to alert. Sometimes they just sit, sometimes they scratch at it, you know, bite at it, you know. So it depends on how
What
the
if
dog's
she hides
trained.
it in her coochie?
It's like we got a pause it.
The dog bite at it? Oops, sorry, lady. You shouldn't hit it there.
Go ahead and walk over to my lieutenant over there. You guys get come on down, ladies. Come on down here. Man in the green sweater, go. Gentlemen, go ahead. Same, go ahead, follow.
So they'll take her and have female officers do a strip search with her.
Okay, so they'll sit here. Oh yeah, there's a whole courtroom in here.
Yep.
Yeah. And that has to help you with transportation, I would imagine, too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this whole system was designed to try and minimize transportation. So the city's supply of their judge.
Oh yeah, that's interesting,
And
Mark.
on the other side, the felony
They make
side,
the ball
the
smell
county
like
side
drugs.
is they're county judges. Yeah.
Hey.
Well, and this again minimizes the amount of travel you have to take inmates. I mean, they're getting their initial appearance right here at the jail.
Correct. And it has to be within 24 hours, so there's also a time issue that you have to be very conscious of.
So now, if we're talking about immigration issues, that's federal, correct? So is there no facility for an IA for federal, or how?
No. If they brought, the way I think it's going to happen, if they bring us people, they've already been through the federal process. We would just put them in a facility, right? And they wouldn't necessarily have to go through all the ID process because the federal government, they're actually federal prisoners. They're not really going to be ours. We would just help keep them. But they would go through the initial process of the screening and the searching them, make sure they don't have any contraband on them.
And then turn them right over to ICE or put them in a separate section of
Absolutely.
this facility.
Isolate them from our normal inmates.
And then it would be up to ICE then to take them and to wherever they're going to
Isolate
take them from here.
Correct.
You have been isolated. ICE take them.
And have you been told that that's what your role is going to be?
No, I'm just guessing. Because we haven't heard from ICE, and I haven't reached out either. So
ICE
I think
isolates.
the ICE gets ready, and
that's the point.
They'll call us. These are the uniforms. These are suicide blankets. You can't tear those. You know.
Whoops, sorry. So it's a whole thing. It's underwear with
underwear,
pants,
right?
Shirt, socks.
Yeah.
Put it on,
And that's the
buddy.
issue. That has messed one up too. So suicide blankets, what do you mean by that?
They are blankets that
made him put
you
it on.
Can't tear and rip.
We had to.
Thicker, heavier?
Thicker, heavier.
So this is an ICE agent here. This is somebody being detained, and this is very similar to the process that we're going to see.
I've never worn one of the
coming up
suicide
in the weeks and
outfits
months
before.
ahead. This man is being walked out to a special ICE
Shits look
van.
cold, though.
He'll get in there and be taken to a different facility.
This is your typical housing unit. Some of the houses here in this facility don't have doors on them. They call it a direct supervision model. This is a little bit more secure here in this house.
So this would be the area where the inmates could gather
during the day. Yeah, when they're, it's a timeout.
And at night they come in here, and it looks like this is more than just two people at a time. This is almost like a dorm.
Yeah.
Or barracks
Kind
style.
of a modified dorm.
Right.
Right. So.
And if you had to, use your gut, I mean, how many people do you think you're going to see from any sort of immigration type operations by ICE?
It's hard to say. We have today, the inmate population changes.
This is where the
every day,
ICE
but as of
detentions are
today,
going to be.
We have about 6,600 inmates, and we have a little over 9,000 beds. So
you've got room.
We've got 2,400. The only thing that we would need help with from ICE is staff to man the housing units.
Wait, why they muted? No, 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 no! Hey, hey, what? Do I need to get this out on you? You have to stop knocking stuff off. You know you're doing it. Oh, there's apparently some homeless person is putting up help signs.
On the internet, they
I saw it on Reddit this morning.
I saw this. Christian sent it to me, and he was like, "What is this going? What is going on here?" Wow. And on the internet, everybody's like, "What is going on?" You know, I'm not going to say that I'm cooler than the internet. I'm not cooler than the internet, but this has been here for like a really, really, really long time. I mean, these are one of the things that you see from the helicopter.
Exactly,
that
Mark.
you just kind of look at and go, somebody's down there.
On Google
That's where the
Earth?
helpers are, I guess, because look at all the help. And for a
Is
while
that
there, I
what that
thought people were
image
going
is
to change
from?
it to kelp,
Funny.
but they didn't. It's just it always says help down there, but it's
This
on
has
the
been
internet
there
right
for a
now, and
long
everybody's
time, you
like, "What
say?
is going on?"
But is someone
It's been
asking
there
for
for a
help?
while.
This is concerning.
Yeah, it's concerning, Stu. What's going on?
Well, I don't think anybody. I hope nobody's down there. I hope there isn't like a shipwrecked person down there. You know,
It's been a while. They wrote it again and again.
living with a volleyball. You know, maybe perhaps over here by some of the wreckage. You know, maybe he's living there with his volleyball, talking to him.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
I don't know what that. I don't know what that's all about. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But it's been there for a while.
Disturbing.
And I don't think so. I think it's just somebody having fun, spelling out the word help all over the place with the abandoned wood. But anyway, if you see it on the internet, now you can say, well, we saw it. We saw it on Fox first. So
yeah.
But anyway, it's in downtown Los Angeles. It's been there for a while, and it just is. It just is. It's just a thing that is.
Maybe it's a sign that we have to help each other. Or help ourselves. Or they're writing help ourselves. Yeah, the lyrics to help. I need somebody. Help.
It's a great song.
Help.
Listen, Stu, I'm going to help you out here.
Yes.
No, I don't know. I have nothing. I'm just trying to move on.
4 women are running the news on Good Day LA. When did that start? Jeez. That's way too much estrogen in one place. Every day it's those 4 women. Let's see. I don't watch this shit. It looks like there's men on it. Maybe they're just doing a segment. Anthony Aguero. Why are you meowing? Not time. Not 12:30. Here's the Gazans turning.
Displaced Palestinians in the Gaza Strip have begun to go home. Israel, as part of the
poor
ongoing
baby.
ceasefire with Hamas, has withdrawn troops from a road that divided Gaza into 2. This is allowing displaced people to return from southern Gaza back to their homes in the north. This is the first time people have been able to return to their homes in over a year. So we are seeing very dramatic scenes today of tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people streaming back on foot, walking along the coast toward their former homes in northern Gaza. We also see some movement of private vehicles moving through checkpoints that are manned by private American security firms. Now, this does not mean that the war is over. This is not an end to the war, but it is an end to the war as we have known it in these past few months. As part of this pullback, Israeli troops are now confined largely to a buffer zone along the border with Gaza. This is allowing the first free movement of Palestinian civilians in over a year. That means that the battlefield will change. Prime Minister Netanyahu has not committed to ending the war. Those talks are expected to begin soon, but it will be much harder when this first phase of the ceasefire resumes after 42 days in early March. It will be much harder for Israeli ground troops to move around and operate as they have for most of this past year. Now, the scenes are very emotional in Gaza. As we see people moving forward, they're returning to what remains of their homes, but in many, if not most cases, there's very little remaining. They are returning back to piles of rubble because
what are they going to do when they get there?
Fighting is so extensive.
Put a tent up?
Still,
do they even have a tent?
This is an emotional day for
so
Palestinians.
They're going to go live in the rubble?
Of a process,
this is so confusing. They're taking their kids to go live in rubble.
Being able to rebuild their lives. Now, this is a long process that lies ahead. In fact, the reconstruction process is going to be a long, difficult, controversial process. Over the weekend, President Donald Trump threw out a suggestion. He says that Palestinians should be evacuated out of Gaza. Most of the territory's population he wants evacuated to neighboring Egypt or to Jordan to allow that reconstruction process to go forward. The Palestinians obviously have rejected this. They don't want to go anywhere. Egypt and Jordan also giving it a very cool reception. This is a plan that would be very expensive for them.
Only
there would be security
on the
implications,
two.
taking in large numbers of people, and also there is the emotional issue. Both of these countries, like most of the Arab world, are committed to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. The concern is that this displacement could become permanent and undermine that goal of Palestinian independence. In Israel, the plan has been welcomed by right-wing, hardline Israelis. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has remained silent so far on the proposal. Trump's Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff is expected in the region in the coming days. Netanyahu is expected to be traveling to Washington to meet Trump in the coming weeks. This is one of the issues, the future of Gaza and the reconstruction process and the future of this war. All of these things are expected to be high on the agenda in these important meetings.
This is CNN. Hey, he died last year, man. The This is CNN guy. The This is CNN guy. The This is CNN guy. San Francisco may be seeing a political shift. Oh. Stop it. Don't attack me, or I will attack you back. Don't stop it. You're gonna make me kick you because it tickles and shit. I don't like it. She's biting the top of my foot.
But let me ask you, Jeremy, I mean, this is something that's been around since Watergate.
If anybody ever asks me, like, if they find out I'm a Trump supporter, I don't support everything he does, but they find out that I voted for Trump or something, they'll be like, well, yeah, well, what news do you watch? I'm like, I watch a lot of MSNBC. That'll blow them away, wouldn't it?
This is something that was put in place to say you can't have the fox guard in the hen house. So what's happening here?
Right. I mean, exactly. And there's a law, Chris, on the books that sets very specific parameters for how you can get rid of inspectors general if that's what you want to do. Congress has to be given certain notice, and you just can't do this the way that Trump has apparently done it. Now, we'll have to wait and see what, if anything, Congress under Republican control decides to do about this. But as we know, this administration is not a huge fan of accountability. It views positions like inspectors general not as a form of keeping political figures in check and within the law, it views them as a form of political retaliation and retribution. And so I think you're going to have a really hard time convincing a Republican Congress that this in fact, is something that Trump has done that he shouldn't have done, because time and time again, with the senators like Mitt Romney gone and all the others who used to have, something of a spine, at least, in standing up to Trump when he went too far, those people are gone. And the people there who remain, who might be inclined to say, all right, let's just pause here and take a look at this, they're not going to speak up unless they think it's in their political interest. And right now, it certainly doesn't seem like standing up to President Trump is something like this Republican Party wants to do. Look no further than the confirmation of Pete Hegseth, a man that they knew, Republican senators, many of them at least, was completely unqualified to be defense secretary. And this is before all the allegations of sexual misconduct came out. So I'm not expecting a whole lot of resistance here from inside his own party.
Well, Brendan, let's talk about, again, this was a Watergate, at least the modern day Inspector General. It was post-Watergate. The whole point is an independent check against mismanagement and abuse of power. So what is lost by not having someone truly independent there to do it?
Yeah, Inspector General are all about making sure you have good government. I mean, it's the basic oversight of your agencies. And look, these are not political actors. These are people who do really long, laborious investigations to make sure that programs are running the way that they should be, according to the law, but also, as you said, rooting out waste and fraud. I mean, that is one of the stated goals of this administration, obviously, with the DOJ and what Elon Musk is up to. You would think that you would want to have somebody looking under the hood at some of these agencies to see where they're not getting the job done. Look, I'll just say, there's not a real good reason to be firing a bunch of inspectors general unless you simply don't want anybody holding you accountable for things. And Jeremy used the right word, accountability. And this is a president who his time in politics has been marked by a lack of accountability. He was impeached twice, but acquitted both times. He got off on really all of his legal trouble. He's a person right now who thinks that nobody can check him. Why even have these positions? I'm sure he'll fill them with somebody who will nominally take the role, but does not want to be held in check, and frankly doesn't see any reason, his worldview, that these types of things should even exist.
So the question then becomes, who is Trump eyeing to fill these roles, right? Because the concern is that it'll be somebody who will rubber stamp. They'll have the title and supposedly independence, but they will rubber stamp whatever the president wants. So let's listen to what one member of Congress had to say about this.
If he's going to remove us, put in new folks who are willing to make those hard calls, even if it's, against, say, a Trump appointee, in the administration. If it's finding ethics misconduct, that's where the rubber meets the road. That's the key question. Is an incoming IG going to be willing to make that negative finding about a Trump appointee? That's the key issue here.
Even better than a member of Congress, because you can hear the concern in his voice, right? And I guess whoever gets these jobs next will indeed, the concern is, have trouble raising any real objections to anything that they may think Donald Trump wants. So what could realistically things look like if these nonpartisan guardrails are gone?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I wouldn't expect these jobs to be filled very quickly. I don't think that this administration has much use for the mechanisms of government that hold it in check, that are there to make sure that there isn't abuse of power and waste and cronyism, political favors going on. I mean, that's just not something, an aspect of the government that Trump thinks is very necessary. And there's really not much there to hold him in check if he decides not to make that a part of his government, not to make honesty and accountability and efficiency, in a broad sense, kind of part of what he wants the federal government to be doing for people.
So in this case, Brendan, Lindsey Vaughn was asked about this, and he said, well, yeah, it's not legal, but, and I'm going to quote him, just tell them that you need to follow the law next time. There are other areas, though, in which some Republicans are raising concerns, and one of those is, let me just find the note that I was looking for. Let's play this next set of sounds, which is a concern about Republicans breaking from Donald Trump over removing key security clearances. Take a listen.
Ultimately, these inspectors general serve at the pleasure of the president. He wants new people in there. He wants people who focused on getting out waste and fraud and abuse and reforming these agencies. He has a right to get in there who he wants.
I don't understand why one would fire individuals whose mission is to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. So this leaves a gap in what I know is a priority for President Trump. So I don't understand that.
I would encourage the president to revisit the decision for those people who are being targeted by Iran, as the president was targeted for assassination by Iran. As the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, I've reviewed the intelligence in the last few days. The threat to anyone involved in President Trump's strike on Qasem Soleimani is persistent. It's real. Iran is committed to vengeance against all of these people.
What Senator Cotton told me, the threats seem to be real against these individuals, and I don't want to leave them hanging.
So we had two separate sets of sound there. I'm going to blame Vaughn Hilliard because he's not here to defend himself, and so things got a little confused about which sound that we were throwing to. But the point is that security clearances have been revoked for some folks, Brendan, and you know how that works, and you know why that happens. I wonder what your thought is on that and what you just heard from those last two members of Congress.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of enthusiasm for the Trump administration right now, but it's all sort of fun and games until you put someone's life in danger, and that's clearly the situation here. John Bolton and others have been targeted by Iran, and we know that they have put out hits on them. And I'd love to know what the explanation is for why you think that is no longer a threat. Clearly, people in the intelligence space think it is still a threat. And while John Bolton may have said mean things to you, I don't think you want to be the one responsible if something terrible were to happen to him, particularly someone who has been the target himself, the president, the target himself of these threats from Iran and obviously others. This, I think, just reinforces that there's very little concern for humanity behind the politics of this president. If you're for me, I'm with you. If you're against me, I don't care what happens to you. The same concept played out with the January 6th prisoners that he released. If you're for me, I'm for you. And that's that just very self-centered worldview. And God forbid, I certainly hope that nothing happens to any of these people who've had their security taken away. But it should wake people up to how this president views the world.
All right.
And joining me now is NBC White House correspondent Yamiche Alcindor and Joel Rubin, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State and President of the Washington Strategy Group. Good to see both of you. So, Yamiche, obviously Trump's comments on Gaza's future were celebrated by some far-right lawmakers in Israel, but rejected, as Raf just said, by allies in the Middle East. So what do we know about Trump's vision for the region? And is there any indication he's listening to the pushback against displacing Palestinians?
You'll never find a hairline like mine. No.
Well, it's a key question, and we're not sure if this pushback is going to make a difference in how President Trump views this, but he did make some news over the weekend where he said that Gaza should be cleaned out and that the people, Palestinian people, should live in peace, but elsewhere in the Middle East, and that he was going to work with Arab nations. Take a listen to what he said.
I'd like Egypt to take people, and I'd like Jordan to take people. You're talking about probably 1.5 million people, and we just clean out that whole thing.
So you hear it there. He said we should just clean out that whole thing, and maybe they can go somewhere they can live in peace for a change. Now, it's also striking to remember that he has reached out now to Jordan and to Egypt, from our understanding, to try to take more Palestinian refugees, more Palestinians to maybe live within their borders as Gaza is being rebuilt. But as Raf said, the people there, the Palestinians, they don't want to leave their homeland. They want to stay there. They want to go back no matter what they're going.
Okay. They want to go back no matter what. Let's talk about this. Let's think about it. What if we say, okay, y'all can go back, but we're pulling all humanitarian aid. If you want to go back there, we're sorry. You're going to have to rebuild it all on your own. I don't know where you're going to get all the supplies. I guess Iran is going to build it for you now. And they're going to feed you. Congratulations. Iran, you win. You win Gaza. You can have them.
Back to, and a senior Hamas
you can take care of them now,
said that the Palestinian people had endured death in order not to leave the homeland.
We still gonna have our watchful eye on
reason. I also want to put up, as we think about Trump's vision for America in this region, there's a White House statement that came out after the release of some Israeli hostages. The White House said the United States will continue with its great partner Israel to push for the release of all remaining hostages and the pursuit of peace throughout the region. So what peace ends up looking like and where people end up living is a big question. But as you said, as Raf reported, people are going back to their homeland now in Gaza. Chris?
So, Joel, critics have been brutal after they heard what the president had to say. One UN human rights expert calling it ethnic cleansing, an Arab official suggesting it is a real estate developer's idea for a business. How does just the suggestion of that complicate the relationship between the U.S. and Middle East allies just to float cleaning out Gaza?
Yeah, Chris, President Trump acting like a global autocrat does nothing to build our relationships with these countries. And you know, Jordan and Egypt, for example, are very close American allies. So is Saudi Arabia, so is Qatar, so is the UAE. The list goes on. And in the Arab world, this is immediately rejected. And the idea that somehow Donald Trump can, by fiat, tell 1.5 million Palestinians to go to countries that are friends of the United States and destabilize them, undermine their security, break up these relationships, really speaks to a lack of vision for how American national security works, a lack of understanding for how relationships matter in stabilizing the Middle East, as we've seen just in the hiccup of the recent hostage deal and the ceasefire with Hamas. That required allies like Qatar to get involved. We need these allies. They're our friends. And this idea that somehow we can unilaterally move 1.5 million people to destabilize our allies is completely undercuts our authority in the region.
Well, when Hamas released those 4 Israeli hostages on Saturday, it made quite a show of force. They held that highly choreographed ceremony, attended by hundreds of uniformed fighters. Do you believe that at the end of this war, Hamas will be in control of Gaza? Would Israel ever allow that? What's going to happen there?
You know, they're going to have a negotiation that really works to the phase 3, the after the trades of Palestinian prisoners for Israeli hostages, to get an authority in Gaza that can manage it and run it. And that's going to require American leadership with Jordan, with Egypt, with Qatar and these other allies to develop that plan. There are a lot of plans on paper out and about in the region, in Washington, in agencies of what a reconstruction and a political rebuilding of Gaza could look like. Absent that, though, you're right. Look, Hamas is right now on the ground. It has ostensible control, but this is a devastated zone. If this is what victory looks like, I'd be shuddering to see what a loss looks like for Hamas. The place is devastated. But the Palestinians, they have no alternative from a governing perspective right now. And that's what needs to change if there's going to be any hope of stability in that region.
Who cares more about the security of Egypt than about he wants to drink out of the bottle. I just let you out.
Want to take you out to Los Angeles, the port of LA right now, to talk about a major bust that happened featuring illegal shipping containers. Let's listen on Live Now.
I'm joined here by Homeland Security Special Agent in Charge, Eddie Wong, and Cheryl Davies, the Director of Field Operations for Los Angeles Customs and Border Protection.
You know, listen, it is quite unclear what Mexico specifically is going to do. What we know is what the Trump administration is doing. They're trying to implement 2 different processes towards Mexico.
And Cheryl Davies.
Cheryl, a female.
The Director of Field Operations for Los Angeles Customs and Border Protection.
Wonder when she got put in office. Hold on.
Wong and Cheryl Davies.
Cheryl Davies. Cheryl Davies. Cheryl Davies. 2/24/24, Cheryl M. Davies takes command of CPB's Los Angeles field office. So it just happened last year, not even a year ago, not even 11 months ago it happened. 11 months ago, days ago.
The director of field operations for Los Angeles.
She was probably against the whole thing.
Border protection.
You really shouldn't bother
We're here
them.
today to announce federal criminal charges against 9 defendants who worked with
This bridge comes to Long Beach.
partners in China to operate a criminal network that illegally smuggled what we estimate to be more than $200 million worth of counterfeit goods from China
the type of goods
into the United States through the ports of Los Angeles and Long
more
Beach.
guitars? What is
The
this?
Los Angeles and Long Beach ports.
I want to look at it.
Are the busiest container ports
in the world,
in the Western Hemisphere.
Fuck yeah! China must be more busy.
The integrity of who and what comes into our country is critical to our border security and ultimately to our national security. The 9 defendants charged in the indictment participated in a wide-ranging scheme.
Why is he talking to us like a
to
retarded?
circumvent inspections
I gotta put
at
this
the
on like
ports
double
of Los
time.
Angeles and Long Beach. The scheme involved logistics companies, warehouse owners, and corrupt truckers.
There you go.
They worked as criminal partners to defy U.S. customs laws, to illegally smuggle enormous quantities of goods from China into the United States. 8 of the 9 defendants have been arrested. 1 defendant, the lead defendant, who orchestrated the scheme, is a fugitive and is believed to be in China. Let me talk to you about how the scheme worked. As part of the scheme, the defendants and their criminal partners in China filled shipping containers with contraband, counterfeit goods, illegal and dangerous chemicals, and other contraband that is not permitted to be imported into the United States. U.S. law requires that all containers coming into the United States be sealed with a locked security seal that is assigned a unique number. This is a security system. Containers, from the time they leave China, cannot be opened until they arrive in the United States and clear the Customs and Border Patrol inspection process. And the seals are key to that security process. Members of this scheme in the United States and China evaded this security system by learning in advance the unique serial numbers assigned to these seals that would be associated with their illegal shipments. And they created duplicate fake seals in order to circumvent the inspection process. They would create those duplicate fake seals in China, and they would send them from China to the criminal partner.
All right, so a major bust there in Los Angeles. What we want to do, everyone, right now is take another 2-minute break here. I'm live now from Fox. When we come back, we will take you out to Doral,
This isn't
Florida.
live.
We'll soon get an update on
What the fuck kind
deportation
of
flights.
dumb
This coming from the
shit?
House GOP conference.
And these are fucking whack, bro. I picked the wrong one to watch.
My name is Joe McNally. I'm the acting United States Attorney for the Central District of California. I'm joined here by Homeland Security Special Agent in Charge, Eddie Wong, and Cheryl from the port. Instead of taking the containers from the port to those secondary inspection sites, are key to that security process. Members of this scheme in the United States and China evaded this security system. These created duplicates. They would create those duplicate fake seals in China, and they would send them from China to their criminal partners here in the United States. When the shipments arrived at the port here in Long Beach and Los Angeles, U.S. Customs and Border Protection would direct, as part of their normal process, that some of those containers go to secondary inspection. Those secondary inspection sites are a short distance from the port. Instead of taking the containers from the port to those secondary inspection sites, members of the scheme, including the corrupt truck drivers, would instead take the contraband shipments to off-site warehouses. At those warehouses, according to the indictment, members of the conspiracy would open up and cut those seals, take out the contraband contained in those shipping containers, and ultimately put a new counterfeit seal on the containers and then pass them to CBP for inspection.
Oh.
Members of the scheme would then have the containers, now smuggled with the illegal goods, inspected by CBP, and they presented them just like they had come straight from the port complex. The truck drivers involved in the scheme were often paid 10 times the normal rate, and sometimes much more, to illegally transport the containers to a warehouse before inspection. During the investigation, law enforcement identified that Chinese co-conspirators were sending these seals into the United States, these counterfeit seals, and they were able to intercept around 50 counterfeit seals. Law enforcement then linked those counterfeit seals to inbound shipments, intercepted those shipments, and removed the contraband inside. Items of contraband include chemicals, such as R-22, tens of millions of dollars in counterfeit merchandise, unapproved food and other types of drugs that pose consumer risk. During and counterfeit merchandise, unapproved foods and include chemicals, such as R-22.
Is that Freon? I think that's Freon, dude. Yeah, interesting. There's still a... How is it on sale? How can you buy it here? I thought it was illegal here now. I don't know, apparently all of it that you can buy was imported here illegally.
Tens of millions of dollars in counterfeit merchandise, unapproved food and other types of drugs that pose consumer risk.
Oh.
During this investigation into...
What do you mean? I wonder if it's like food that... counterfeit food, right? Probably just like Chinese food that I'm not going to buy anyway.
To this smuggling, federal authorities seized roughly $130 million worth of contraband. And we conservatively estimate that the defendants who are charged here and their criminal partners in China smuggled more than $200 million worth of goods into the United States. We have charged the defendants here with serious federal crimes. That includes smuggling, using counterfeit seals, and conspiracy. If convicted, they face substantial federal prison sentences. The 7 smuggling charges contain a penalty of up to 20 years in federal prison. Smugglers harm our economy by introducing counterfeit items into our markets and robbing U.S. taxpayers of millions of dollars in revenue. Prohibited and unregulated items coming into the United States threaten the health and well-being of our citizens. And smugglers threaten our national security by allowing dangerous items to enter without detection. Let me end where I started, and that is that our border and port security is critical to our national security. And we'll continue to work with our law enforcement partners here to hold accountable individuals that attempt to violate the security of our ports and our borders. I want to thank our law enforcement partners, the special agents with the Homeland Security investigations who helped bring this case and bring it quickly, our partners at the U.S. Customs and Border Protection who identified and alerted our partners to the criminal activity here, Coast Guard Investigative Service for their support of the investigation, and the individuals that worked on this case. That includes AUSA's Colin Scott and Amanda Elbegin from my National Security Division, as well as special agents from Homeland Security, Martina Diono and Han Yit. I'll now turn it over to Eddie Wong, the special agent in charge for Homeland Security investigations here in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning. My name is Eddie Wong, and I'm the special agent in charge for Homeland Security investigations here in Los Angeles. Behind me today is one half of the nation's largest and busiest seaport complexes. It is estimated that about 30% of all international seaborne cargo containers entering or exiting the United States traverse through the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. Now, with this much activity, transnational criminal organizations have a wide berth to operate and exploit vulnerabilities. And the defendants charged in this indictment took full advantage and are alleged to have smuggled into the United States hundreds of millions of dollars worth of contraband through the port complex. While much of the contraband that we have seized was counterfeit goods, this criminal scheme has exposed a vulnerability that has the potential for much more serious implications, including those regarding national security and the smuggling of precursor chemicals to produce narcotics. So the Department of Homeland Security takes these matters seriously because our primary mission is to ensure the safety and the security of the homeland, all the while facilitating the legitimate trade system and protecting the U.S. supply chain. So I want to thank the dedicated investigators and task force officers from my office, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Coast Guard Investigative Services, the United States Attorney's Office, as well as the numerous state and local law enforcement partners that participated in this investigation. In closing, I'd like to say that HSI will continue to protect the American consumer, the American worker, and American ingenuity, because economic security is homeland security, and homeland security is national security. Thank you. And now I'll turn it over to DFO Davies.
And then...
Thank you, Sec Wong. Before I begin, I want to thank the U.S. Attorney's Office with the Central District of California, Homeland Security Investigations Los Angeles for their extraordinary commitment and dedication to this case. Their efforts have been crucial to bringing those involved to justice. You're likely wondering how this sophisticated trade fraud started in the first place, or was uncovered in the first place, rather. Before I get to that, let me give you a little perspective. The LA Long Beach Seaport Complex is the largest in the U.S. and one of the top 10 in the world. In fiscal year 2024, Customs and Border Protection at the LA Long Beach Seaport processed 5.2 million ocean containers. That equates to over 14,000 containers coming in each day. These containers carry everything from machinery, raw materials, wearing apparel, electronics, to agricultural products. It was only a matter of time before criminals saw this massive flow of goods as an opportunity to commit fraud. To ensure the security of cargo, U.S. regulations require that all containers bound for the U.S. be sealed with a high security seal, such as this one. Over the years, Customs and Border Protection has developed rigorous standards for high security seals to prevent tampering and to protect the integrity of the importation process. Now let's talk about how we got here today. In 2023, a CBP agriculture specialist was doing an enforcement examination and he noticed something unusual with the shipment. He saw that the high security seal appeared to have been tampered with and that the cargo inside did not match what was on the manifest. He immediately notified his supervisors and they quickly realized that the original cargo appeared to have been removed and replaced with domestic cargo before the shipment was presented to CBP for inspection. The vigilance of this agriculture specialist unveiled an intricate network of logistics companies, brokers, freight forwarders, and truckers who were working in concert to circumvent CBP inspection. This sophisticated scheme is planned prior to the cargo arriving at the port. From the shipping terminal, the container, which has been placed on hold by CBP, is driven to an unauthorized third-party warehouse. There, the original high-security seal is broken, the container is open, and the contraband is removed. The container is then reloaded with generic goods, and a cloned or fake security seal bearing the original seal's numbers is placed on the container and it's sent to CBP for inspection. Over the last 2 years, CBP has identified 141 cargo diversion incidents and effected 204 seizures. These seizures include everything from controlled substances, chemical precursors, weapons parts, fake postage stamps, counterfeit U.S. coins and consumer products, drug paraphernalia, and over 220 tons of prohibited plant and animal products. These shipments also contained a number of capsule filling machines which can be used in the production of illicit chemicals, including fentanyl.
Capsule filling.
The vast majority of this cargo did arrive from Asia. CBP has also intercepted cloned or fake security seals coming from Asia at several international air cargo hubs located across the U.S. We at CBP are very proud that a single action of one of our employees led to the discovery and prosecution of one of the largest and most sophisticated conspiracies to commit trade fraud. CBP employees proudly serve their communities and the American public by protecting them from dangerous and fraudulent imports and while facilitating economic growth. We do this every day with vigilance, service, and integrity. Thank you. Yes.
I'll now take any questions. So I could tell you that the time frame alleged in the indictment is the summer of 2023 to the summer of 2024, and there are interceptions occurring during that time period. I don't have the specific dates, but once that we learned of the ongoing criminal activity, we moved to figure out, one, how it was happening, and obviously discovered not just the seal process in the United States and trucks being diverted, but also the counterfeit seals coming into the United States, and took steps to intercept those that were being shipped in from China. Correct. There are 9 defendants who are charged in the indictment, and those include the leader of the scheme, who is a fugitive, believed to be in China. His name is Mr. Zhang, a.k.a. Sonic. And then there are 8 others who have been arrested. I believe that one of them is detained without bond, and then the others made their appearance and have either been granted bond or are pending. We can get you more details on that. Yeah, so the use of the seals and the diversion of the trucks identified a vulnerability. The Customs and Border Patrol has taken steps to address that. I'm not going to get into exactly what it is because I think that would present its own risks, but they've identified the issue and have taken steps to address it. Other questions? Yes, sir.
Sir, you said about the nine people that has been indicted right now. Are they Chinese nationals? And the second question I had, you were talking about processing narcotics, and do you have an idea how many tons of fentanyl could be produced because of this situation?
Sure. So let me take your first question. Of those 9 defendants, 5 of them are Chinese nationals. Now, a couple of them have status in the United States, but they include people who are Chinese nationals, and I believe it's 5 of them. Your second question was how much fentanyl is associated with these shipments. There was not fentanyl in these particular shipments. You heard from Ms. Davies about what types of things were in these containers, but there was not fentanyl seized. I think the broader point here is we need to know what's coming into our country in containers. We didn't seize every container, but what we can tell you based on what we seized is it contained a lot of tens of millions of dollars of counterfeit, some dangerous chemicals, including those that Ms. Davies alluded to, that we don't want in the country. And the defendants here brought in illegal goods and will be held accountable for it.
What do you think was the process or timeline for them moving the cargo here, taking it to another location, and then returning it? Do you guys have a policy as to how long a cargo ship would be in transit? And
see some failures there?
So I think we're talking about two different things. So one is the cargo ship leaving China and getting here, which provides a timetable for them to be able to send the seal to the United States. The second part of it is once those containers arrive right here in Long Beach or Los Angeles, they are then moved to a secondary inspection facility where CBP ultimately does what they're mandated to do by law. That time period between when they leave the port and get to that secondary inspection place is something that certainly we looked at and we're continuing to look at and monitor to make sure that these diversions can't take place. Beyond that, I'm not going to comment on it.
So was there a policy that you think wasn't followed as to how long the cargo ship had or container had to be in transition, or how long you guys had to inspect it before they returned to the port?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is that something you're looking at though to try to address the issue? Because it seems that's where the lapse happened, that Border Control had to inspect it when it went off site. So what was that, I guess?
The lapse between it leaving and arriving at the secondary inspection, that time frame that you're referring to allowed them certainly to unload the cargo, and is something that CBP is going to have to address in order to make sure this doesn't happen again.
I guess the question was, is there a policy in place for you guys as to how long you guys had to? There's not a policy in place that requires a certain
At the moment, there's no policy in place that requires the container to be brought to CBP for a secondary inspection within the certain time frame.
All one warehouse or multiple locations?
There are multiple locations, all within the city of Industry.
Last one.
So what is the maximum sentence these guys are found guilty?
20 years imprisonment on the smuggling charge, 10 years on the counterfeit seals charge, and 5 years on the conspiracy charge.
Were the defenders recruited to be working for a long period of time? What can you tell us as to how they were at the port?
The truck drivers were recruited. They were not part of what I would say the core scheme. They were individuals who had access to the port, worked here doing both legitimate and illegitimate shipments. Most of the truck drivers who would typically drive the trucks from here to a secondary inspection site for CBP would typically get $200 or $300 every time that they moved a shipment. These guys were getting about $10,000 and were recruited into the scheme because it was lucrative. The other individuals had ties to criminal partners in China, and I think were the core. Certainly Sonic, Mr. Zhang, was really the facilitator ultimately in the scheme, and then brought others, including the warehouse owners, into it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The news release has been issued. Indictment is attached to it. I would imagine that the principals are available for one-on-ones. Thanks for coming out on this beautiful day.
Just one final note, please refer, this is not about the Port of LA, it's the LA Long Beach Seaport Complex. Remember, there's 3 ports. It's not only the Port of LA, it's the LA Long Beach Seaport Complex.
Yeah, Long Beach, baby.
Country music legend Billy Ray Cyrus is no stranger to the spotlight, but his recent inauguration performance has sparked conversation and concern, not just among fans, but also his own family.
And if you tell my heart, my achy breaky heart, he might blow up and kill us, man. Thank you. Good night.
At the Liberty Ball following President Trump's swearing in Monday, Cyrus performed his hit song Achy Breaky Heart a cappella after facing technical difficulties with his microphone and guitar, issues that also disrupted his earlier performance of Old Town Road. But the challenges didn't end there. After finishing the song, Cyrus remained on stage in the dark as the crew prepared for the next act, raising eyebrows from viewers. The performance quickly set social media ablaze, with fans and critics alike weighing in on what they'd witnessed. But perhaps the most striking reactions came from his own family, including his son Trace Cyrus, who shared an emotional Instagram post Wednesday. In the post, Trace expressed deep concern, writing, "Sadly, the man that I wanted so desperately to be just like, I barely recognize now. It seems this world has beaten you down and it's become obvious to everyone but you." Trace went on to describe how their youngest sibling, Noah, longs for a closer relationship with their father, accusing Billy Ray of pushing his family away. He continues with, "We are all hanging on to memories of the man we once knew and hoping for the day he returns. You're not healthy, Dad, and everyone is noticing it." Trace opens up about his own sobriety, saying, "We haven't talked in a while, but I'm over a year and a half clean from alcohol. Guess what? I feel amazing. I don't know what you're struggling with exactly, but I think I have a pretty good idea, and I'd love to help you if you would open up and receive the help." Billy Ray's seeming tumultuous relationship with his family isn't new. Singer Miley Cyrus has been very vocal about her estranged bond with her dad over the years. In an interview with David Letterman last year, she compliments some of her dad's traits, but ultimately praised her mother, Tish, who divorced Billy Ray in 2022, as her hero. Adding to the conversation is Fire Rose, Billy Ray's ex-wife of 7 months, who divorced him last year. She spoke to Page 6 Thursday saying, "What's being seen in public now reflects reflects much of what I experienced in private during our relationship. It's very sad to see those same struggles continue for him, but I'm glad the truth is coming to light for his potential good, because healing is only possible when you confront the truth and accept there's a problem. Despite the criticism, Billy Ray appears unfazed. Friday morning, he announced plans for a new album set to be produced and co-written by his son, Brayson Cyrus. When someone asked his other son with the initial concerns Trace why Brayson seems to be posting as if Billy Ray is happy and healthy, Trace responded with, "Birds of a feather flock together." He then follows this up with a video of himself working out saying, "Brayson, I can help you too. Man up, boys," seemingly addressing his own sobriety. While Billy Ray Cyrus remains focused on his music, it's clear his family's concerns aren't going unnoticed. Whether this public plea for help will lead to healing remains to be seen. With Stray Arrow News, I'm Kennedy Felton. Download our app or visit san.com for more.
Wow, she cleared it up. Holy cow, Trident. Man. I was looking back at how much there was on the place just now, and I put it on live again, and all the food's gone. She ran off real fast, probably, too. Huh? And, like, she doesn't have anywhere else. Like, because she might be having problems making it to wherever it is on time to eat, where she was eating before, maybe. She just knows that there's food here, and she runs here real fast, gets it, and goes back to the babies. But she's acting different, right? I don't watch. I don't. She should be like. I guess nursing. She's got to be hungry because she's got to give up some of her nutrients, I guess. Man, yeah, she's eating a lot of ziwi too. I'm putting some pretty big piles of ziwi out there. Hey, Mark. I can't remember if I sprinkled that one with nutritional yeast or not. Hopefully she doesn't get too much of that. Seems like it should be alright. Man, there was a lot in that. Oh, but she kind of ate it. There was a quarter teaspoon in the middle plate total. She hasn't had like an overdose of it or anything. Crossback, Mama, Trident, Fluffy. Fluffy was first today. Didn't Tux number 2 even walk by today? Maybe. Cavities. It was the last time he had a cavity. What you switch to?
And welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. We do have some breaking news that we want to bring to you from Fox News' Bill Maloogian reporting of a situation happening at the border right now. He is reporting per multiple law enforcement sources within the last hour, Border Patrol agents near Fronton, Texas, were fired upon from Mexico by suspected cartel gunmen as a group of illegal aliens were being brought across the river. I'm told that Border Patrol returned fire. Nobody hit on either side right there. And we are going to continue on with this as Texas DPS tells Bill Maloogian that they are now patrolling the area and has a drone in the air and can see Mexican military assets now staging on the other side of the river there. So again, we are going to be following this story here for you on Live Now.
Let's go to war with Mexico,
dude. Fluid at this moment, but this comes at a time when big changes are happening at the White House when it comes to border security, and a lot of these measures are taking place pretty much on a daily basis. We're also seeing mass deportations happening really now every day, as just yesterday more than 900 people were picked up from major cities, from Boston to Los Angeles as well, and we were bringing that to you, just some of the many arrests that were happening yesterday.
Hopefully, since Brian's got a place that she knows she can go and get food. She's came twice now. I think she's full again for a while, but like it allows her to be able to go straight back to the kittens and watch and protect them. Otherwise, like if she didn't have this right here, there's no telling, she might have to wander around for a while, and next thing you know, she comes back and some kittens are killed or wandered off or something once they get a little older.
Including an ISIS member that was accused there of crossing the border illegal as well. So again, some major disturbances though happening on the border. There's gunshots reportedly fired at U.S. Border Patrol agents. They are investigating right now, and we will keep an eye on this developing story for you all right here on Live Now from Fox.
Niggas is doing too much.
Destroying a Waymo car. For the hell of it.
Where you at? Oh, we gonna get up out of here. Come on. How are we
Weird, man. Why are they so angry? The Waymo car. they're using Jaguars? Maybe. Why does that thing have to spin? Why does everything have to spin on this thing? What the hell? Just, what are you doing? Just fuck the interior? Just fuck this shit up even more. Throw the door in there, yeah. That's what I've known. I've been down. What? Tesla. No. Whoa, it's real. Wow. Yeah. Ooh. Dude, Bitcoin's doing some crazy shit today. It's been from 103 to 98 to 102 to 99 to 102. Lots of money being made and lost today with that type of volatility. Jets are flying. Is Benny with them? Benny with them? Because if he is, I need to get out there and talk. Oh, they're really doing something different on the wall. Putting wire up on the damn wall.
This part of the border is secure.
Heck yeah, man. Yeah, you ain't gonna be using your fucking ladders anymore, punks.
Put it to where you know the two strands are gonna touch. Right through the center. Yeah, you might have to put it lower.
man. This is intense. They really put in some work out there.
There's a stopper in there. Watch your head. So cool.
Why does it seem like they're doing this the hard way though? Why don't they just have a crane lift out there? What the fuck is happening? Why are they building ladder scaffolding?
I like that a lot. Nice. I can't do it. There's a fucking tape on the bed.
What the hell are they doing though? Like, it seems like it's kind of like more work than I was expecting to have to do just to put some wire up. Oh, look at that, they welded all those into place. They're not going to do this for the entire wall, there's no way. Why this little area? Yeah, I guess our military is bored right now.
Probably stuck underneath it. That into the black hole.
I don't make racewear like they used to. It used to look sharper, pointier. More like friendly razor wire. I don't even call it razor wire anymore. It mostly just hangs up in clothing, I think. They try to make it so it doesn't actually hurt people. So they...
Alright, appreciate it. One more time, that's good. There's one, thank you.
We need more humane bullets, you know? We already have those. Full metal jacket. That's why you're only supposed to use full metal jacket in times of war. Especially against the, I think it's Geneva Convention, the hollow point, which does much more damage. does much more damage. This is all about Constantine Wire, this documentary. On this wall too. And they put it on this wall. And then they put it on this wall. After that, guess what? This wall. Well, they ground down a little bit right before they put some thing on it, and then put some more wire on this wall. This guy loaded some wire because they're gonna put some more on this wall over here now. Come back next week for another episode of this wall.
Were able to run and escape from our agents out here. And because of these Normandy barriers now being placed strategically along the border, all of that will come to an end. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic.
Oh, they were there before.
I appreciate all of you guys for tuning in and joining us this sunny afternoon out of Sunland Park, New Mexico in the El Paso Border Patrol sector, guys.
Mexico's president says she has received at least 4,094 migrants, most of whom are Mexican nationals, deported from the U.S. Gotta go. America. Sometimes I think I'm a dinosaur. Feels like it. I think I might sound like a dinosaur, so that's one of the signs of being one.
So cool, man.
Omaha's news leader, chronicling
we got
the
a new
stories and
news.
people
I've never
making a
seen this
difference
news
in our
station
community.
before.
This is KETV News Watch 7's Chronicle.
We are here to help support the Texas National Guard, just helping try to monitor as many areas as possible to help.
All week, KETV News Watch 7 has brought you exclusive coverage from the U.S.-Mexico border.
We're kind of there to observe, direct, and report.
The Nebraska National Guard deployed for weeks as part of Operation Lone Star.
Extraordinarily sobering, the humanitarian crisis.
Governor Jim Pillen calls the troops a protection for kids in Nebraska.
We're helping our neighbor Texas, and we're helping ourselves to protect our kids.
But what are our Guard members doing day to day there, and how is it helping?
I mean, nothing's ever going to be perfect, but I would say with the help in all the other states that have came out here, I would say it's been very successful.
Good morning and welcome to KETV News Watch 7's Chronicle. We're reporting from Eagle Pass, Texas, a place the Nebraska National Guard has called home for the last 8 weeks. It's the second straight year they've been deployed to help secure our southern border. But what does that mean? How have things changed since we saw thousands of migrants a day trying to cross this past December? And is Nebraska's presence making a difference?
Jeez,
These are all
craziness?
questions we came down here to answer. For the next 30 minutes, we'll skip the politics of the border crisis and introduce you to the Nebraskans working to keep our border safe.
They knew it was going to be over soon, too. They had to know that shit couldn't last.
First, the data. Migrant crossings peaked in December 2023 at more than 300,000, and nowhere was that more evident than in Eagle Pass. Since then, they've fallen by about a third. Shelby Park in Eagle Pass is a public space right along the border that's been taken over by a military presence, and it's a place that saw thousands of migrants coming per day just a few months ago. That's where we start. The National Guard has escorted us inside Shelby Park. This is the Rio Grande River right here. It didn't take long for us to find, just beyond the wire and the fencing, a family trying to get into the United States. You can see it looks like they have a young child with them. It's a sight they're used to seeing here in Shelby Park. Like some of the others, this family will now be detained and, depending on charges, sent immediately back to Mexico or given a court date and released in the U.S.
Oh man, please don't let that still be happening.
The Rio Grande River stretches more than 1,200 miles along the Mexico-Texas border. The Nebraska National Guard is helping to observe less than 1% of that.
So Nebraska operates out of static points. We have a Humvee stationed at each of these high traffic areas, and there will be a Nebraska personnel and a Texas personnel working together.
They're stationed about 20 miles north of Eagle Pass in Komodo, but two of their leaders met us at Shelby Park to talk about their mission.
So really, we're kind of there to observe, direct, and report.
They work 8-hour shifts, usually 5 days a week. A Nebraska crew is on the clock and helping 24/7.
Families are coming across using clothes and whatever means available to get across the wire that we have set in place, and then walking up to us and essentially giving themselves up.
They call their role strictly observational.
Nebraska is allowed to tell them to basically sit, stay where they are, put their hands behind their back, but we don't have any arresting authority. We just hand them over to the local law enforcement.
Like almost every other Nebraska Guard member, they have civilian jobs. First Lieutenant Jonathan Engelman works in construction back in Lincoln.
Some people want to get away from their civilian jobs for a little while. Some people, want to do Army stuff. Some people just like the camaraderie.
Master Sergeant Andrew Cookston works with veterans across the state. He lives in Milford with his wife and kids.
Miss you, love you. Hi.
In December 2023, Shelby Park looked like this. It was a holding area for days when as many as 4,500 illegal migrants would cross. Officials say it's a perfect spot because of low water levels. And it's the reason nearly 3 dozen Nebraskans immediately volunteered to help.
It's something we wanted to do. So we volunteered. It's just something bigger than ourselves.
Obviously, things look a lot different in Shelby Park. I've asked locals why that is, and they say it's a variety of factors, and an expanded military presence is one of them. As we mentioned, Nebraska's expanded presence is actually north of Eagle Pass, outside a small town called Komodo. We're here at an observation point known as Two Tubes. Mexico is about 200 yards that way past the brush in the Rio Grande. It's one of 5 points a Nebraska crew has been manning 24/7. Their mission, to prevent, deter, and interdict. Boots on the ground for more than 50 days.
You get more of the general area, you can see more down here.
Sergeant Colin Quick paused his job in Omaha.
I'm a diesel mechanic. Yeah, just working a lot of semis,
To help watch the border as part of Operation Lone Star. To cross into the U.S., at this point, someone would have to get across the river and then through this thick brush. Quick says he hasn't seen anyone try to do it.
Right now, it's just a listening and observing part, but if you see somebody out there by the fence or messing with the fence, you'll call DPS and they'll come out here and take care of the situation as best as they can.
He and nearly 3 dozen other National Guard airmen and soldiers are keeping watch over a 5-mile stretch near Komodo, about 20 miles north of Eagle Pass. On Wednesday, Staff Sergeant Jason Eberly was security at this gate just north of town.
We're monitoring points of possible entry for individuals coming across the border.
Crews work 8-hour shifts, rotating tactical points.
We are here to help support the Texas National Guard, you know, just helping try to monitor as many areas as possible to help.
Each is paired with a member of the Texas National Guard.
You get to learn your counterparts, you know, it's helps build relationships and camaraderie.
Watching, listening, and waiting.
I mean, nothing's ever going to be perfect, but I would say with the help and all the other states that have came out here, I would say it's been very successful.
The Nebraska National Guard has about 5 full weeks left on their mission. And whether they see people trying to cross the border or not, they consider their presence a deterrence, and therefore their mission a success.
We're here in Camado, the focal point of the Nebraska National Guard's mission. Now just about roughly 40 miles north, that is where camp is. And that's where the Guard spends a majority of their time when they're off duty. It's also where they start their days. And a routine that's not much different than what they would be doing back home in Nebraska.
Yeah. They work,
you wake up, you come out here, you do your job, and then you go home, you go eat, you know, just like a regular job back home, you could say.
Sergeant Cullen Quick is a diesel mechanic back home in Omaha, repairing semi-trucks. But here in Texas, he helps man different points along the border in Camado, along with other Nebraska National Guard soldiers.
We work 4 on, 2 off, you know, and that's about it.
Monitoring each individual points. We have a roving point that goes back and forth as well, making sure all the soldiers and everybody are taken care of, staying hydrated, just checking on their well-being, making sure they're not going a little stir crazy at times, being out here every day for long periods of time.
There's a female there. So you can have somebody to talk to and flirt with all
just like
the
any
whole
other
time.
job, sometimes
Stupid.
you need to de-stress.
They got.
Well, it's good to have the female there with him all night.
Nice place just to sit around and converse and have like actual interactions without having to worry about the stress of work.
We asked to see their living quarters, but for security reasons, we weren't allowed. As for their weekends back at camp, even in Texas, they're pretty normal.
Whatever time you wake up, it's usually 8 for me. I don't like sleeping in. But then you go to the gym, you know, make the day go by, watch some movies, you know, do the most you can.
Doing a walk around the base to get the cardio in and just kind of hanging out, lounging around.
For Staff Sergeant Jason Eberly, that also includes calls back home to his wife and 5 kids.
Miss the family back home.
What's the first thing you're going to do when you get back to Lincoln?
5 kids?
Hug my family. And then go camping.
The countdown for the Nebraska National Guard making their way back home is underway. Just about 5 weeks.
I'm trying not to, because I know it'll make it feel longer, but I am deep down counting, you know.
Now, something that we've heard from all the Nebraska National Guardsmen about being here in Texas is the heat. It's been triple digits every single day we have been here. That's why you will find at every single station a cooler filled to the brim.
What? It's triple digits. It's that hot in Texas now?
To keep cool in weather that they're not used to back home in Nebraska. Reporting from the border, Eddie Messel, KTV, Newswatch 7.
And in coordinating this trip, we went through the Nebraska National Guard and the Texas Military Department. We're incredibly grateful for the men and women who helped make it happen. Here's more on the 4 Nebraska National Guardsmen who took time out of their shifts to show us around and answer our questions, both serious and lighthearted.
I grew up in Blair, Nebraska, but recently moved to Omaha. I'm a diesel mechanic. Yeah, just working a lot of semis, you know.
Dude, they keep...
I'm excited to get back to the river. It's not much of a restaurant, but Cottonwood Cove, you know, you got to shout them out sometimes, but that's it right there.
I'm Staff Sergeant in the Air Force. Name is Jason.
A little more than halfway through a 90-day deployment, right?
Yes, sir.
How's it been so far?
Hot. A little humid. A little more humid than back home. So I'm from Lincoln. I work full-time for the Air National Guard as a federal technician out at the Air Base. Family. Okay. Miss the family back home. Wife and 5 kids. I call them every night. Yep, able to video call them.
What's the first thing you're going to do when you get back to Lincoln?
Hug my family. And and then go camping.
I'm First Lieutenant Engelman, and I'm the OIC, or the officer in charge, for this mission. A lot of our guys would get together at night and play cornhole, so we have some fun with that. They got, all sorts of stuff to do, really. Down here, I've enjoyed working with the Texas National Guard and all our law enforcement partners. They are actually really good to work with. They've treated us very well down here. Southern hospitality is a real thing, so.
Okay, so I am Master Sergeant Cookston, Andrew Cookston. I'm the NCOIC of Operation Lone Star. It's always fun. I mean, the camaraderie is great. We're Air Force, so we get made fun of a lot, but that's a good thing. We give it right back because we're a little smarter. We let them know that usually.
What's the hardest part about everything?
Probably being away from home. I mean, a lot of us have families, and if we don't have families, we have friends, and we don't have friends, we have dogs. Everybody has something back in Nebraska, but that's why we're here, just to help make.
Are the airports lower their standards?
So then everybody get home safely.
Actually.
Yeah, as my wife and kids, right?
I
got 2 boys and a wife, of course. So I miss them dearly, but I'll see them soon enough. Miss you, love you. Hi.
It used to be the case with that.
After the break, we're talking to the people of Eagle Pass and the first responders.
I don't know if that's true anymore.
The tragedies
Maybe
and
you
new
caught up
tragedies
with
they've
them.
seen while trying to keep people safe, whether they're American or illegally
Space
trying
Force
to
is
get
probably
into
the smartest
US.
now, though. Space Force gets. I bet they get the best food, the best bases, and everything. Space Force, man. Space Force is the one you want to be in, bro. If you don't want to have to fight, you just sit in an air-conditioned room and eat lobster. Space Force. You want to be Elon Musk? Space Force. You want to be Elon Musk? Space Force. You want to.
Anthony, do you know whether or not
you
they
want to
repair
touch
the
it?
holes in the
Get
wall
off of
that's
me,
been cut open?
buddy.
Yes.
Not free.
So
My pudding ain't free.
2 mobile crews out here, guys. There are 2 mobile crews out here. Basically just rovering
when it's this juicy.
through sections of the wall that have been damaged. Every single day. Every day there is a new spot on this immediate wall that gets cut and breached. Let me explain to you why. The wall that you guys see right here on your screen, that wall.
Are you listening?
Cannot be cut with wire cutters, okay? The wall that was put up previously by George Bush Jr., that wall is easily penetratable because it's like thick chicken wire, but nonetheless, thick or not, it's still like chicken wire. And so these guys come with sometimes electric saws or sometimes with really good wire cutters, and they are able to pretty much cut a block off of the fence big enough, wide enough to where they can get people through their product or babies. So that is the situation out here. And so there are crews, welding crews, rovering around in the whole El Paso sector, looking for these breached gaps or breached areas on the wall so that they can quickly repair them. Earlier today, before I went live, as I was arriving out here, I did a little cruise and I saw a gaping hole. And I said, I'm going to take a mental note of that. And on my way back, I will get off and I will record it. An hour later, after I'm coming back,
you got to pump it
park
up.
And I get off and I start looking for the hole. Come to find out, I look and it had already been pretty much welded shut. So they're moving very fast, but unfortunately every single night there is a different breach point because, like I said, it is about 2.5 miles of chicken wire fence. Although it's a little thicker than regular chicken wire, it's probably no more than it's probably like a 1/4 inch thick, each little wire. that runs, and then they run like that, and then they run like that, right? And those get cut right away. So every night we have different breach points, and so every morning you have these construction crews out here.
I said I do like
boom,
it
boom,
thick.
boom, boom, trying to
That's all I said.
seal it back up. But then these guys, by that time they've
He's gonna
already
say something.
have a different location that they're gonna be cutting. So. This guy. What's up, though? How you doing, man? Anthony, I have pictures of you. What? How? How you got pictures of me? I don't know.
I said, hey, brother, doing well, man. Good to see you. Thanks for the coverage.
Hold on, guys. I need to make this quick phone call.
If you haven't already gone on over there and hit the like button or whatever, Anthony, you can do that. It's free of charge. Just hang out over there. You can keep the tab open even, or I mean, you can be sure you sub if you haven't already, of course. What are you waiting for? It's thick though. I like it. I do like the wall thick. Oh. You can. Are you singing it with me? Well, that's what he was talking about. That's why I said I do like it thick. He was talking about the wall thickness of the wire. Yeah.
Shout out to the border wall, man. You're not doing it. You're not doing it until the border wall is in your chat.
Love them. Give them the thumb. Give them the thumb, baby. Oh. Piece of eating, I guess.
So, there we go. Look at that.
If you just to look at it.
Normandy barriers being installed, guys. This is all to prevent the people coming over on dirt bikes, quads, and ATVs, making drops and bringing illegal aliens over the border. It ends today. We're moving along.
Feet down here, my feet. Oh fuck! I'm sorry, Cross. I'm so sorry. I didn't.
Let you guys stretch your legs. How about that?
Oh, dude, they
Hold on, y'all.
they haven't really been
Put you guys
coming
on
by
a
that much in the afternoon.
tripod.
Oh, that sucks, dude. Fuck.
All right. Yeehaw! Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bring them on through, baby. Keep
Oh no,
bringing them.
he
Yes,
just went
sir.
across
That's
the
what we want to
street.
see. That's what we want to see. Yes, sir. Bring them
Oh
on. Bring
well.
them on. Bring them on. Yeah, buddy. It's exactly what the fuck we want to see. Perfecto. Perfecto.
Yeah, but I mean they want to eat 3 times a day. Hopefully you can find some food somewhere else. Oh, time to get off of here. Now I need more food out there. Depressing seeing the cats come by. Not be there. That's it. Thank you all for hanging. D-Live, YouTube, Steve, everybody else, Mark Hopper, anybody else might be here. Was here. You might see this later. Thanks. Alright. I'll leave. Bye.